Sue Redfern and Derbyshire team led by Captain David Lloyd. Using the innings for Yorkshire, Johnny Tattersall and Jordan Thompson.
Well, it got wet last year and it's impact.
Yeah, oh yeah. Vague recollection.
Hello. We're at Queen's Park. It's day 3 of Derbyshire's County Championship match against Yorkshire. Yorkshire 416 for 6, leading by 340. And the first ball of the day is bowled by Darren Dupavillon, and I think we know what's going to happen for the first half hour of the day, certainly, because that was a huge swing and a miss from Jordan Thompson.
Who I challenged this morning at breakfast to hit one onto Puffin Billy. I said I'd buy him a free ride if he managed to do so, and he's second all out on board, clearly, but I'm not sure he was trying to hit Puffin Billy at that point. He was probably trying to hit John Helm or Jeff Cope, who've just walked into the marquee to our right.
Excellent. Excellent. Always good to see.
Good morning, everyone. It's David Fletcher, myself, Jonathan Doidge.
It is. You'll hear more from Doidge in a moment because I'm going to go off and do an update. That one is defended by Thompson towards Sam Connors. I'm assuming, and I'm sure everybody is, Yorkshire will continue to bat to get to 450 and then the game will be rained off. So battling Derbyshire will survive, which clearly they won't. Anyway, it's been lovely talking to you. I'll see you in a bit.
Thank you very much. So no addition to the overnight score. The first 2 deliveries, Jordan Thompson. Now, there might be a chorus of boos if he blocks another one here.
David Lloyd at mid-on, 4:20 for 6. I think the general plan seems to be get to 450 pretty much as quick as they can. Yes. 7 runners for Jonathan Tattersall to try and negotiate to get to the second county championship.
4 for Jordan Thompson. Sorry, I forgot I was supposed to be commentating at the same time as waiting for Q to arrive in my ears, which it hasn't done yet. If anybody else is listening to me. We shall soon find out. As in goes Dupavillon, and that one is guided of a fashion. Down towards third man for 4 runs. I think we can see exactly what's happening here because they've already gone on to 424 for 6. The lead up to 348 now. Dupavillon being spoken to, or talking to David Lloyd, not being spoken to by David Lloyd. That would be unfair. The South African overseas is on his way in once more from the pavilion end. Thompson flexes his knees. He's on 17. And he remains on 17 as that one is pushed into the offside. And there is no run. 100% why I haven't got any cue. All the lights are on. I haven't had any response. That's the end of the first over. 424 for 6. 1 over of the 104.5. It was a continuation, of course, of the over that started yesterday before it rained. And Lewis Rees is going to come on to bowl from the lake end.
commentary on the BBC Sport website now. The weather this morning.
I can't do anything if I don't have Q.
Yeah, how sick it is. I don't understand.
I'll get back to Jonathan Dodge then. No, you're all right. No, you're all right. I heard Pete telling everybody where they could listen to me, and I was wondering if I was still there. Yes, we've just got underway, actually, so you haven't missed an awful lot. Yorkshire scored 8 runs from their overnight score of 416 for 6. They're now 424 for 6. They lead by 348. Jordan Thompson has come out, and the intention clearly is to get to 450, have another go at Derbyshire, and hopefully win this game today. It's not been a good few days for Derbyshire.
There is no run.
But it must be.
The snappers are out in force once again. David Griffin away to our right. John Heald. Griffin seated, Heald standing at the side of the marquee. Treated to a nice bit of cake as well, though, by Charlotte Evers yesterday afternoon while the rains were coming down. Rees in again, and Tattersall drops that one out into the offside. And again, there is no run. So a quiet start by comparison to Jordan Thompson from Johnny Tatt, but
What's he doing?
very different feel to their respective individual innings, I suppose.
If he'd have done what Jordan Thompson did, the first 2 balls he faced yesterday, he'd be on 100 now.
And those 2 he faced in the last over as well.
Yes, quite.
Rees in to Tattersall again, pushing into the offside. Connors Fields. No run. Top coat order for many. I'm layering up today. I've got the jumper on to start with, but I've got 14 other layers that can be applied if necessary as the day goes on.
What about when it warms up and have you got your shorts in your bag as well?
No, not got those. No, you're lucky. Fairly stiff breeze out there, blowing away to the food shop down the hill as Rees is in, and Tattersall tries to work that one square on the leg side of the ball, short of length, but it cannons off him. And Nye Donald round from second slip to field. What's it called again? Parkside Foods?
I think so.
Yeah, Parkside Foods. Other food shops, I'm sure, within range of the park are available, but they did a particularly nice flapjack, I seem to recall, last year. I've not ventured down there yet this year.
Yeah, had a large sausage and bacon this morning. 2 Cornish pasties.
Rees in, it's short and flicked away backward of square by Tattersall, taking him to 94 on the total to 425 for 6th at the end of that over.
Treacle and currant tart.
Ooh.
I've still got some of that.
So just a minute, you had bacon and egg?
No, I didn't have egg, but you're not an animal.
Bacon and what?
Bacon and mushroom. No. Bacon and sausage.
Bacon and sausage.
Sausage and bacon. You've got to say it that way.
2 Cornish pasties.
Yes, warmed up.
And a what tart?
Well, it's a sort of treacle and currant type tart. I'll show you it later because I had 2 bites of it and thought, I think I've overclubbed here. So I've got a bit of that left. But given it's lukewarm, baked potatoes for lunch.
Is it again?
Well, I'm led to believe that might be the case. So we may at some point be asked on air what we fancy for lunch. Here's Darren Dupavalon from the pavilion end, bowling to Johnny Tattersall, who defends that one. He could get to 100, of course, here.
Yeah. Do we have a sandwich option?
Well, we did.
Day one we did.
No, we didn't really know about it. So if we have a sandwich option, I think I'll go for a cheese sandwich.
I might go for a sandwich.
They're quite nice. A bit too much salad in it for my liking. It's a bit of an E. coli.
Do you think I should, just in case there's an against the run of play 6 here, to do this?
Well, I am concerned that he might do it.
Yeah, okay. Okay, Dupavalon. We want to allay your concerns. Fletch, here he comes. Tattersall, curtain rail style, withdraws the bat from the line of the ball. And there is no run.
I don't think he thought about it there, did he?
I mean, that was a good delivery, really, for smacking it over extra cover for 6, wasn't it, to be honest?
A little uppercut down to the see-through side screen. Would have been just the job. No, he doesn't want to give this away, of course. Now the microphones come inside the tent up there. What is going on with these microphones?
Got a mind of their own. De Pavillon down the incline. Tattersall gets one top of the bounce, and he's got that one away back with a point. This will bring him 4 and take him to within 2 runs of a ton. Played it nicely. Always does that sort of shot. Just gets over the top and lays his bat on it. So 98 to Tattersall. 429 for 6.
There's a sort of inevitability about it all, isn't there, really? There has been. Since, remarkably, Derbyshire and Yorkshire 165 for 5.
Nothing's inevitable until it happens, my history teacher used to say.
Wise words.
De Pavillon to Tattersall. Pushes out square on the offside. Straight to the fielder, Mitch Wagstaff. There's no run. Why is it some teams, even though you don't see them play that often, you remember the numbers more easily? Last week I could not get my head around Bo Webster. Every time he came up to bowl, I had to check him on the team sheet. Same with another player in that Gloucestershire side. But this week, it's almost like I'm on first name terms with the Derbyshire boys. None of which I am, barring and Aaron Donald. Now that changing the field here, Rees is being brought across from mid-wicket into the slip cordon to try and bolster that, and Whiteley being brought up to just in front of square on the leg side. Tactical change by De Pavillon here.
Clever.
As he comes in, arms pumping from the pavilion end to bowl to Tattersall. Ooh, good delivery as well. He plays down the original line. That one looks like it nips away, and I think we got a nod from JT to the bowler. But he survived it. Looked like there was, as I was saying, some rain around here overnight in addition to what we had during the day yesterday, but the stiff breeze has dried up the paving, and I had to wander around the outfield, and it was fine. Yeah, absolutely fine. Dried pretty well, I think.
I did notice when I walked back to the car park, it was a little soft.
Yeah, soft, heavy in places. So, De Pavillon to Tattersall, who gets this one away back with a point, and that will be a second county championship, a third first-class century for Jonathan Tattersall, who has been wristy. He's been measured as ever, and he got it away back with a point. He'll raise the bat and the helmet to his delighted teammates on the balcony. 102 not out, and he's absolutely deserved it. 433 for 6.
163 balls. That was his 13th 4. As Jane has just told you, it was a fairly ordinary piece of fielding by Mitch Wagstaff.
And his dad's still applauding over to the right there, Mum and Dad.
Excellent.
Who came down this morning to try and see him over the line for those last few runs.
Were they here yesterday?
They were, and I spoke to Richard, his dad, and he didn't know whether to stay in case it stopped raining or whether to go home. He took the decision to go and come back this morning, and he gambled. He gambled with his son's county championship future, and it paid off. No, he'll be delighted.
Of course he will. Anyway, John Thompson can get on with the important business of the day now. These next 17 runs. Here comes Rees, and he just dabs it into the offside. He doesn't get on, well, he does sort of get on with it, but he takes a single. Moves to 18, 434 for 6.
Did that sound Coleman-like enough? He's gambled with his son's championship future, and it paid off. Quite astonishing. Remarkable.
There's a bit of story that they tell. Where's he from, Johnny?
He's from Harrogate. Born.
They'll be
Born.
They'll be talking. No. They'll be talking about it for weeks to come in the pubs and clubs of Harrogate, won't they?
Bolton, Beckwithshaw,
Even if
Starbeck,
they do have clubs in Harrogate.
Killinghall.
That one's pushed by Tattersall up to mid-on, but it's filled by David.
But Knaresborough really is where he's from. Went to King James School in Knaresborough, so he's a Knaresborough lad, really.
Excellent. Right, there we go. No, glad we established
You
that.
kind of get born in Harrogate. You get born.
Yes.
Yeah.
The physical thing was in Harrogate, but he was raised in Knaresborough.
Yeah, it's like when Matthew Ravis gets any wickets or runs. It's suddenly from Keighley, but he's not really. He was just born at the, what is it called, Airedale?
Yes, it is Airedale there, isn't it? In comes Rees again and bowls to Tattersall down the leg side, tried to flick it away, couldn't. Taken by Brooke Guest behind the stumps. Just the 102 overs left today. We actually had 104.5 overs in the day's play because the first over of the day was a continuation of the over that lasted just one ball before they went off for rain yesterday. They came out and inspected 2 or 3 times when it stopped raining, but each time they inspected it rained. Reese bowls to Tatterson, that pushes this one out into the offside half, stopped by Sam Connors, enough to prevent them from taking a single. A good crowd in today, day 3. Those day 4 ticket holders will be nervous. I don't remember the last time a day 4 ticket was printed for any game of cricket. Oh, down goes the photographer. Trips over his own equipment. It's a good job it's not expensive. 4.34 for 6. In comes Reese again from the lake end. Bowls to Tatterson, it clips that nicely into the leg side. There'll be 2 here. Alex Thompson running around the boundary at mid-wicket. Gets to the ball now. 2 are taken. 104 now to Tattersall. 436 for 6. Yorkshire, and it means that their lead is 360. Might be enough. Who knows? 7th successive game in which Derbyshire have conceded 400 runs or more in a first innings to the opposition. As Reese is in, and that one is played off the back foot by Tattersall out towards Connors at the cover. And the over comes to an end at 436 for 604 to Tattersall, 18 to Thompson, who's at the wrong end for sticking the ball in the lake.
Yes,
and
isn't he?
into Puffing Billy's chimney.
Yeah, this is not working out well, is it really? You know, you challenge somebody and then they
I think he's avoiding.
obstinate. He's been obstinate, isn't he? He's avoiding
He's
the
avoiding
challenge.
the challenge. That's what he's doing. Yeah.
I couldn't have been more clear in setting in the objective.
demand.
And this is what, you know, coaching's all about, isn't it? You know, you've got to set clear objectives for your players. And I said, Tomo, hit it into the lake. Yesterday he said, I'll have a go. And then today, hit it onto Puffin Billy and I'll buy you a free ride. What bigger incentive would you
He might be
need?
scared of trains.
So do Pavillon to Thompson, who gets a ball short of length and doesn't deal with it as well as he has done some in this innings so far. And that is a dot. I suppose I better take the...
Unprofessional.
It is very professional, having the volume on the phone. Yeah.
If I'd have known, I'd have rung you. With Duran or something, right? Human League.
No, I don't have any ringtone.
Do you not?
No. Should I? Is it?
Well, no. Does it ring?
No, it's usually generally on silent.
Yeah, mine's always on
It's not
silent.
one of those horrible rings like an American phone.
Yeah.
It's just the standard, whatever default setting is. Some things I don't have time or inclination for. Is the Pavillon in and flicked off the hip by Thompson. It might be that in a literal sense. We'll see what Neil Pratt. He's signalled a leg bye. So 18 to Tomo. He's at the right end now. So if Johnny Tack could just, you know,
See out the rest of the over.
yeah, pat a few back, and then we might see JT launch one. I tell you what, if you get it over that net, that is a big hit, because we've seen some lusty blows in this innings, and they still end up, when they've reached the net, about halfway up it, and that feels like a big hit, doesn't it?
It does. It does. How high will that be? 35 feet, I would have thought.
Here's the Pavillon again, and Tattersall shouldering out, so this one wide of off stump.
I'm trying to imagine somebody 6 foot standing at the bottom and then trying to work out how many others. Probably more than that, isn't it? I reckon, it might be 45 feet. It's a very high fence. Because there is a children's playground just the other side of it as well, so you don't really want to be pushing somebody down a slide and their progress down the slide being halted by being hit by a cricket ball. That'd be very unfortunate.
The Pavillon turns. In he comes, those elbows pumping, right arm over the wicket. Tattersall flashes at one wide of off stump that went underneath his horizontal bat and missed out. Things that wouldn't upset you one iota, but do concern somebody like me who's a little more of a nervous disposition.
Really?
Went to the pub across the road for some tea last night, parked up in the car park, and then saw all those yellow signs, Euro car parks, or whatever, the Euro car
Oh,
park.
yeah.
You will be clamped if you park here if you're not a resident. So I went inside, I said to the barmaid, I said, look, I'm not a resident in the sense that I'm staying here, but I'm a resident in that I'm going to be buying some food and a pint in a minute. Am I all right? And she said, no. you will get clamped if you do that. So, well, is that how you bring in the money then when you're selling your food at £4.99 for a sirloin steak deluxe? Short ball there, and Tattersall played that into his own body. No run.
So where did you park, man?
So she said, I said, well, where's the nearest car park? She said, I don't know, I'm not from round here, but if you go park outside our garden there, at the side of the pub, you'll be fine. It's nearly 6 o'clock, so wait till after 6 and then you can leave it.
Right.
So I drive around the side of the pub and it said, disabled. You must have a blue badge, whatever. Yeah. So there's 2 or 3 cars parked there. I thought, well, they're all trying it on. So anyway, so I got out, checked, and they all got the blue badges. So I thought, no, I can't do that because
that'd be wrong.
Yeah, that'd be totally wrong. Anyway, £4.50 later, as De Pavilon's in and Tattersall shoulders arms, it's wide of off stump, and again no run. I found this car park. You always hate to be the solitary car in a car park, then, don't you? Because you think I'm the only target, not the easy target. I'm the only target for car theft.
And you've got a very nice car.
You think so?
Not
It's
really.
very old.
Is it?
But
Blue, isn't it?
you know, with the equipment that you carry around doing this job, you can't drive all the way back to your hotel 8 miles away to come back, just so you can dump and you can't leave it here because there's obviously no security. So these are the dilemmas that we have.
Yeah. I think you could leave it here.
Anyway, I did park it in the car park, at great cost. France were playing Belgium on television, but we had no sight of that. I was with Graham Hardcastle and his dad. And we came out and the car was still there, so that's
And
really,
not clamped.
There's a really sensational story for you this morning.
So you paid to park your car,
Give
that's
it 2
what you're
minutes,
saying.
Paid to park my car, that's the gist of it.
It is a rock and roll
Tight
lifestyle
Yorkshireman.
that we lead. You better claim it back, though, won't
Oh,
you bet. It's Lewis Rees from the lake end as the ball goes up in the air off Jordan Thompson's bat. It goes over the head of Mitch Wagstaff. They come back for 2 as Alex Thompson fields it out in the deep. Thompson with a P moves on to 20. Thompson without a P doing the fielding, 4:39 for 6.
no smile from either of the barmen when I ordered food and drinks and stuff
But
like
would
that.
be the
I
cheapest
thought there must be
beer on the
Derbyshire
menu.
Fact supporters because they couldn't.
This was in town, in
Yeah, this was in
Chesterfield, was it?
town,
Oh, okay. Here comes Rees again. Bowls to Thompson, who defends. Straight back to Rees. 4:39 for 6. The score. The lead 363. David Griffin just stroking his chin thoughtfully. Didn't have a shave this morning, I noticed. In comes Rees again and bowls. That one is turned into the leg side by Thompson. Connors picks up, threatens to throw the ball. Quite correctly decides against it in the end. And there is no run. It would have been pointless throwing it because nobody had gone anywhere. Got the shorts on. There's a little bit of a breeze blowing in a northerly direction. As Rees comes in again and bowls to Thompson, who has a swing at that one. It misses the bat, it misses Brooke Guest, and it goes for 4 byes. And is beautifully fielded by Jimmy Drew just to our left. Although the throw was a bit poor. 400.
Wayne Madsen made it into a good throw, though, didn't he? He took it on the full.
Madsen did Jimmy as much of a favour as he could by coming as close as possible to the boundary. 4:43 for 6.
He's seen a physio, I think, later on.
I might put him out of action for the weekend with the shoulder. He's been picking up some very good figures recently, Jimmy. Very economical bowler. From what he tells me. I mean, he could be saying anything. Next up, he's gone for the big swing and he's missed it and he's out. LBW. He goes for 20. And Lewis Rees picks up another wicket. I say another. It's his 3rd. And Yorkshire 443 for 7, I beg your pardon, with Jordan Thompson out for 20.
Yeah, I think he may have been subject of a send-off there because he was turned and returning some verbal correspondence with his opponents as he walked off for quite some way. I mean, the thing with that, Jordan, is that, come on, all right, 20 is one thing, but he failed miserably to hit Puffin Billy or the Lake, and so when we do our appraisal at the end of the season, commentator to player, that's going to be top of the list of things.
And quite right too. Yeah, he's let everybody down there himself, his family. 98 overs and 5 balls. The umpire is now calling across Johnny Tattersall. There's one to put guest as well, and Sue Redford is writing something in her notebook which rather suggests that there might be something to follow. Might be involving Wayne Noon, it's Wayne Noon, isn't it? Who's the match referee. We shall wait and see. Did I say 98.5 overs?
Possibly. Not that I've listened to anything that you say.
No, I wouldn't expect you to. You just, because we don't get to find out if anything untoward has happened till about 5 weeks later when we get a little notice saying player X has had 1 demerit point. I'm told not to be a naughty boy.
Yeah.
Ben Coad, the new batter, I believe.
Indeed. So it could still be fun with Ben. It's a jolly holiday with Mary and all that. Ben...
He's only got 7 runs to play with here.
Yeah. It could still be an interesting 7. Magnificent 7.
You missed an opportunity there, didn't you? Always thinking.
Tried to drag it back.
He's bowling to Code, and Code has a swing and a miss at that one. You're right, it might be exciting. It's end of the over, a decent enough over from Lewis Rees. The 4 byes, of course, will be irritating. Were irritating. I need to sort this microphone out.
Yeah, overheard this morning at the hotel breakfast table. You know when they sit you on those little, almost like an island, a little table for 2, but you're on your own.
Yeah,
always on your own.
Always on your own.
I was on my own because people always avoid me.
Yes.
And on the table that's supposed to be separate from you, but is in reality
Was it like another
about
table
6 inches. It's almost, you can barely get through. No, I mean, look at the right powerful quads. I can't get between the tables.
I'm not sure how to walk through.
So there's a dear lady and gentleman sitting to my left as Du Pavillon makes his way into bowl to Tattersall, and he steps back to a short ball and cuts that one away. There's a sweeper out there, so he's made the most of that with a 1. When I say made the most loosely, of course. So anyway, it's a gentleman and lady talking, and gent says to the lady, something to do with Joe Root, this, that and the other. And then I heard him say, and that Yorkshire lot are staying here. So that'll take up half a hotel, won't it? Because these days they have alt team, they have subs, they have coach, they have bowling coach, batting coach, they even have a physio. And they'll all have separate rooms.
Of course they will.
They were queuing out the door to try and get a room there because Yorkshire was staying.
No wonder the prices have gone up.
Here's De Pavillon to Code. Ball short of length, edged and dropped at first slip, diving behind second. And Code is off the mark with a single. Gone in your, that's Wayne Madsen, isn't it? In your dropped catch count, where is he now?
That's his 4th.
On the Fletcher matrix.
22 for the season there.
What, by him?
No.
And he's still there at first slip.
By the team.
Oh, the team, right. He's 4th. 4th gone down.
I didn't count the one yesterday that Ross Whiteley put down. That was too tricky.
De Pavillon to Tattersall. This one doesn't bounce. Derbyshire batters will be delighted about that at this time on the 3rd morning when they're staring down the barrel at 320 behind. So do you do sort of like a ratio thing, like whatever, he's got 78% catching?
Well, I could do that if I counted the number of catches that they've taken, but I've not
but
done
you don't
that.
do that.
No.
You're not that sophisticated now.
No.
So basically you just want to be critical of the players, so you're just recording the negatives. That's right, Fletch.
Well, I'm doing it now. It's sort of because I'd started it, but at the start of the season, they were regularly dropping 3 catches in the first half hour of matches. It was becoming slightly embarrassing.
I think you should be the team psychologist as De Pavillon's in and Tanasol tries to cut that and misses. Don't you? I think that job is waiting for you. Yeah, he's nailed on for that when it becomes available.
Well, because Wayne dropped one at Headingley and split his hand open, didn't he?
Yeah, of course. That was a pretty grim injury, wasn't it?
Yeah.
How long did it take him to fully recover?
He played the following week, but he fielded at mid-on or mid-off for 2 or 3 matches after that.
They're tough, these. They breed them tough down the Peak District, don't they? Well, not that he was bred in the Peak District, but
Port Elizabeth,
I think you know what, yeah. It's now in the Peak District. That's Port Elizabeth, the high peak. As De Pavillon is in and Tanasol turns this one back at a square leg and will pick up 1. He has added, 13 to his overnight 93. 446 for 7.
4 to go.
Code back on strike. If he does throw one up wide of off stump, you can bet that Ben will have a go at getting his hands through it and hitting it somewhere over in the general direction of the incline out towards the car park, that sort of area.
If you get it up to the Friends of Queen's Park stall.
Yeah, the Polterloos at the top corner are possibly in danger if he gets hold of one. Yeah,
Excellent.
so just be careful if you're just about thinking about going in there. No, not that delivery. He's obviously heard and decided to kid us on by leaving it.
The problem being that because if you're listening to us online, you'll be 30 seconds behind. By the time you're saying good luck if you're thinking of going in there, you're hearing this bang on the side of the toilet where it's hit you.
Somebody opens the door after they've done their stuff and bang, they take one on the chest or whatever, yeah.
Helmet coming off the field. Another one of David Lloyd's haircuts there. James, the S&C. It's quite a severe haircut. David Lloyd has been cutting hair during the rain breaks, remarkably.
Is he City and Guilds?
I think he said he'd been doing it for 2 or 3 years. The interview that we did with him last night, the tone of it didn't really lend itself to asking him about haircutting. Here is Lewis Rees bowling to Johnny Tattersall, who just guides this one down towards the point area. It's fielded by Ross Wiley, another one of the Lloyd haircutted people.
So obviously you wouldn't have asked him if he'd regretted his decision on winning the toss. You would have said something like, on a scale of 1 to 10, how...
No, I didn't.
How dejected I
was fairly fortunate. I was fairly fortunate in that when I can't even remember what I first. It was very, very generic because he looked quite down. And then he didn't say that he wished he had chosen differently, but he said he made his decision based on historical. Yeah. I think there was an implicit
historical what? The Romans attacked Britain in AD
50
BC, whatever
50,
it was.
50 BC. The Romans. It was implicit in his answers, Rees bowls. It's a swing and a miss from Code. Goes through to Brooke Guest. Implicit in his answer that it was the wrong decision. You know what I mean? It was one of them. I think I only asked 2 questions, and unusually, because I don't need an awful lot at the close of play, as you know, but I think I asked him 2 questions, got 3.5 minutes worth of answers, so it was very much like your Joe Root the other week, so I only had to ask 1 supplementary.
I'm not saying that I made the wrong decision, but if I had my time to come again, I'd change it. That sort of answer.
That kind of answer, yeah, that's the one. He's driven this as Ben Code, but straight to Zach Chappell.
Interestingly, for those who enjoyed Vishwa Fernando's first innings onslaught with the ball, that shaped in quite considerably towards Ben Code.
That is good news.
Well, for those who want to get home early, it is.
Terrific news from a Derbyshire perspective, blimey. The 2 deliveries that he got, Wayne Madsen and an Aaron Donald with, they weren't unplayable. No delivery is unplayable, but they were close. No, he's bowled him. Off stump has been hit. The ball is coming down towards us and straight into Chris Waters to our right, who wasn't watching, so was quite surprised. So that'll get the old heart going on the right-hand end of the press box there. Code goes for 1. Lewis Rees has another wicket, so he now has 4. And Yorkshire are 447 for 8. Now, they might not need to declare.
No, and that will be a slight concern getting to this stage just shy of the maximum batting points. And Ben Code, I think he must have crossed with Jordan Thompson, who said to him, try and hit it. Doidge says, try and hit it into Puffin Billy, and unfortunately, you need to also strike the ball at the same time. So,
yes. He wasn't particularly close to the ball, was he? There's a little joy. There was no celebration from Lewis Rees, who could end up with a fiver, not a fiver.
A fiver.
He might get a fiver. We'll pass the hat round as Dan Moriarty comes out to bat. Yes, the situation of the match is such that doesn't make any difference really. There are 371 in front. Breeze gets up, playing havoc with that. I'll try and do something with it.
Playing havoc with your hair, isn't it?
I'm certainly not concerned about my hair for obvious reasons, but I'm slightly more concerned about the effects microphone, one of which seems to have stopped working altogether.
Josh in Royal Leamington Spa says, hope you're enjoying another brilliant 4 days in Chesterfield, although we've not quite got to the 4th. Yeah, Are we still... Oh, right, okay. Okay, fine. Okay, right, we're still going out. I thought we'd stopped or something. Great to see James Walker score his early 100. Fantastic player with much potential for the future.
Well, Yorkshire, if I turn that one off, there we go. 447 for 8 now. So 2 wickets this morning, both to Lewis Rees, Jordan Thompson for 20, and a few moments ago, Ben Code was bowled by Rees for 1. Not many celebrations, as you might imagine, because at 447, it means that Yorkshire lead by 378. They're only likely to get 3 more runs, because that'll be maximum batting bonus points. They will declare, and then they'll put Derbyshire in, and they'll still have the thick end of a day's play, 96 overs or so, to try to get Derbyshire out. And if they don't manage it today, they've got tomorrow as well. Derbyshire heading for defeat here, the second in successive matches. Yorkshire 447 for 8. No. It's been one of the... Oh well, yeah, no. We get food, we get fed. So I mean, I can't exactly say that things are rubbish. But it's been one of those weeks, Ian. It's been one of those weeks so far where nothing has gone right for Derbyshire. They're coming in for some criticism, which is some of it is fully justified. I mean, some of the batting collapses in the last couple of games have been remarkable. In fact, 3 of the last 4 matches they've seen really bad batting collapses, and it's a concern because the batting was the strength. The bowling isn't particularly good at the moment, but now the batting's no good either, and you know what that means. They're not going to win many games of cricket. Oh, lovely. As long as you put some thought into it, I'm up for it. Oh, it should be a short quiz then. Well, I'm from the Wirral. I just happen to have worked. Yes. Well, yeah, sort of. But yeah, go on. I'm not from Yorkshire anyway. I know that. Right. Okay. No. Yes, I'll say yes. Should I say yes? Oh, now I see. I think the next one that you're going to go with. This is the kind of. It's like a 2 Ronnies quiz. This, isn't it? I'm going to say no to this, and the next one is Cat's Eyes. Well, yes. Yeah, absolutely. Cat's eyes were invented by a gentleman from Halifax. He saw a cat and thought, "Ooh, you can see its eyes when a light shines into it." Yeah. If the cat had been going the other way, he'd have invented the pencil sharpener, wouldn't he? No. Oh, okay. All right. Thomas Crap. He was a South Yorkshireman, wasn't he? Yes.
So 3 slips in place. Good point.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh.
Mid on, set fast on
Oh.
Wednesday to Pavlov.
Okay. So it's a no then.
And bowl to Fernando.
Oh. That's a cheese.
Floods into his
No.
half flat or thigh pad.
Yeah, clearly, yeah. Yes, it's situated between Leeds and Bradford, Pudsey, so I imagine yes.
Just one blow would do it.
Ooh, they're sort of licoricey, aren't they? Which is Pontefract, the licorice triangle, the rhubarb triangle. I'm going to say yes. Oh. Well, I'll say yes to that then.
Green bowling point for their name in this one. Yorkshire. Should have a chance to take the maximum point from the game. 3 runs for
Excellent.
somewhere down
By accident. By accident. They've lost another one here. They've lost another wicket. 400. Well, that's good. 447 for 9 now. So only one more wicket to go, and they need 3 runs to get that bonus point. Not the bonus points mean anything. And then, yeah, hopefully, yeah, I won't back on it though.
Lives 1 at Fletch Sport as De Pavillon coming in again.
Everyone likes saying that.
Under blustery skies, and that's pushed into the offside by Fernando, and I think the Yorkshire lads away to our left are cheering because he's got bat on ball and solidly blocked that delivery.
Sort of joking when I thought they might not get to 450, and then,
Sometimes happens with tail ends, doesn't it?
yeah.
I think maybe sometimes, well, the bowling might be too good, the batting might not be good enough, or sometimes maybe you take your eye off the ball a little bit and think it's just going to be a saunter. But they have lost those 3 wickets this morning in pretty quick time. And De Pavillon, final ball of the over. Can he finish it here? Or will Fernando get something on it? Ooh, he's got something on it, and that's going to be the maximum batting points. He's edged it past first slip. 451 for 9 Yorkshire, and he starts to walk straight down this end, knowing that they're going to declare at this point, and he's getting some sort of joyous but at the same time ironic applause from his teammates. He'll finish 4 not out. Yorkshire will finish 451 for 9 declared in their first innings from 102 overs precisely, in fact. And that will be a lead of 375 to take with him into Derbyshire's second innings.
And he said, before getting the right page up on his computer, 94 overs left in the day's play, because we will now lose 2. So 90. So it's basically 2 overs shy of a full day's play, plus another day tomorrow. Even if they bat all day today, they won't have wiped out the deficit. Derbyshire in a desperate situation here, under pressure, heavy rollers going on, which is disappointing because they kill the pitch for half an hour or so. But Derbyshire could probably do with about 15 heavy rollers, one every half hour throughout the course of their innings. 2 really good innings there. Johnny Tattersall's 107, the star though, James Wharton 188 after Adam Lyth and Philip Bean both got going, so too did George Hill. Shamsud made 18. At the time it was the lowest score, and it was the highest score of, equal the highest score of Derbyshire's innings. Jordan Thompson went 2 better than that, and several. There were 4, including 2 not-outs, single-figure scores. 4 for 74 for Lewis Rees, 3 for 89 for Darren Du Pavillon. A whole host of bowlers used, and we will be back to see how long Derbyshire can stave off what seems like an almost certain innings defeat in around about 10 minutes' time. Lasted 27 overs and 4 balls. There are 94 overs left today because we started with 104.5. Yorkshire bowled out eventually. No, they weren't. They were declared on 451 for 9. They should have been bowled out.
But who cares about accuracies?
Accuracies are for wimps, aren't they, really? And once again, it will be Ben Code to open the bowling from the pavilion end, and it will be Mitch Wagstaff to face the first delivery. And in the first innings, Mitch Wagstaff was LBW to Ben Code for 2 after 5 deliveries. Yeah. Anyway, Puffin Billy getting excited. Sue Redford now umpiring at the pavilion end with Neil Pratt at the lake end. 4 slips in place. Code runs away from us, and that first one, he's caught behind. He's gone, Mitch Wagstaff. He was playing hard at that one. A good diving catch to his left by Johnny Tattersall. He's having a day to remember, the wicket keeper. And Mitch Wagstaff, having been dismissed for 2 in the first innings, goes for a first ball duck. Derbyshire, who are 375 behind, and 0 for 1.
Not much more to say apart from the fact that Ben Code put it in the right areas and drew his man into play. An injudicious stroke, well, a little push to be fair, but it was a great catch by Tattersall diving away to his left, and a great start for the Yorkies to this Derbyshire second innings. I think first job for them is to not to try and get through more than 20 odd overs this time, and then once they've ticked that box, maybe look to try and get Yorkshire to bat again.
All right. Well, they're not going to do that, are they? You stick to the praise of Yorkshire, I'll stick to slagging Derbyshire off. I'm used to that. Yeah, my son has just sent me a message. Thank you, Charlie. Looks like I'll be seeing you tonight. Yep, I'd have thought so. 0 for 1. And out to the middle goes Brooke Guest. Now these two put on 30 odd in the first innings.
Yeah, well,
Which in an innings of 70 is decent.
that's you being positive.
You've made, how many mistakes have you made today?
A lot, and I don't know why I Tipex it out, but I just like to.
Yeah, no, I'm
looking
happy
neat.
with the Tipex. But all these mistakes
Quite a
you're
lot.
making today, it's not like you.
It's there's a few being made by Derbyshire as well, and 1 or 2 by Yorkshire because they lost 3 wickets. So
Look, you stick to praising Yorkshire, I'll stick to slagging off you and Derbyshire. All right, here comes Ben Code, bowling to the right-handed Brooke Guest, who turns it straight to short leg on the half volley, perhaps bouncing just in front of the man under the lid, James Wharton. But the pressure on Derbyshire here, a team devoid of confidence. David Lloyd described them as low on confidence. I think low would mean that they've actually got some.
I think they're devoid on devoid at the moment.
Yeah, it's not good. Guest turns that one up to Fernando at mid-on. And there's no run. 0 for 1. So if they started 375 behind and then 0 for 1...
They're still 375 behind.
375, yeah, you're right. 370, I've just got my calculator out. Dear, oh dear. And goes Code once again. Guest waits it, gets a little inside edge onto his pad. There was 1 or 2 cries of excitement. Who was it with the yellow jacket on again, did you say? It's over there now. Is it the same person?
No,
That's
that
a different-
looks
yeah.
like that's a female over there, David, and it was a male I was talking about before. He's called Ken Code.
Get your binoculars out now. That has never been female in the memory of females in that yellow coat.
I think that's the one thing I've left in the car.
Yeah, this one's down the leg side. I've got mine here for
Is that a man, is it?
I think so.
All right, fair enough. We'll go with that then. Emlyn Hughes style. It's a fella, no, it's a woman.
It's Princess Anne.
Ken will be sitting, whoever walking around, he's there. Yes,
Is he?
he's down by the ice cream van. Yellow coat.
Oh, yes, there he is. Yeah. 2 yellow coats in that. Actually, Ken's coat is brighter, isn't it? Been washed more recently, clearly. Here goes Code. In and bowls. That one is pushed out into the offside by Guest. Holds up his bat and the innings begins with the wicket maiden. 0 for 1 after 1 over. Trailing by 375. And in a whole heap of trouble. That wind is pretty strong now, actually, looking at the flags and the trees away to our right, which, as we all know, is indeed the
That side of the ground.
that side of the ground. Yeah, I forgot where it was. West. Alex Thompson's a confident man. He's gone for a walk round the boundary. Only needs a minor collapse and he'll be racing back to this side of the ground to get his way. Zach Chappell's joined him.
Yeah, round
That is
table.
brave. There is Pat Brown as well. 12th man today. Now here he comes.
Could do a bit of commentary.
He's magnetically drawn to a live microphone, Zach Chappell. He can't help himself. Can't help himself. Well, that side it's live. It's sort of live-ish.
I do karaoke.
Karaoke,
Yeah,
yes.
go for it.
Yeah.
Can you do Copacabana?
If you know any jokes to cheer us up, that'll be handy. No, don't, not that one.
So, Vishwa Fernando started at the Lake End in the previous innings and then had great success from this pavilion end. He's the man to bowl here to Lewis Rees with 3 slips and a gully. Hill, Lythe and Bean, the 3 slips. Jordan Thompson, the gully. And Fernando bowling down the leg side. First up, that was a bit of anticlimax, wasn't it? As Johnny Tattersall dives to his right to take the
Well,
ball.
like you say, he had all his joy at this end, didn't he? At the pavilion end, so... Ben Code got 1 wicket, I think, in the first innings without looking. Well, he was looking. It's me who wasn't looking.
I was invited for, well, I was going to say for drinks, but that's exaggerating things. It was a drink. In the Chesterfield CC bar last night with the chairman, Nigel Mallender, and his brother Richard, and Jai, the Aussie,
Right.
and Paris,
The whole of
my other
Paris.
half, and Patrick as well, who was corresponding with me apparently in the past, so that was very nice to be in their company for about 45 minutes before I went off and had the car park scene. That latest ball from Fernando is a dot.
Is this story as good as the car park
No,
one?
it's not, it's just as boring, that's it really.
Yesterday, I went for a drink back to the studio.
No, you've got to, it's not just back to the studios, it's Jonathan Deutsch at Queen's Park, Chesterfield.
Yes.
Getting wet,
Wow.
absolutely wet through as Fernando is in. He's got one round the right side of the stumps this time, the off side of the stumps, and Rees leaves that. There is no runners. Still, the BRM sign away to our right realised the opportunity, and John Heald is trying to do that with his big lens, which has got some sort of camouflage on the big
Yes, I
part.
know. It's incredible. You can't see
I wonder if
the
he's a wildlife photographer in his spare time. You know,
war correspondent. I don't know.
he might have gone and snapped a few tigers around Queen's Park when in between deliveries. As Fernando's in, good delivery this one. There's a big appeal and he's gone. LBW, Lewis Rees. 0 for 2 Derbyshire, and still, I believe, 375 runs behind, and Fernando strikes for the first time in the second innings.
The person in the press tent who said we'd still be here tomorrow, would you please stand up? Derbyshire crumbling here, absolutely crumbling. 4 deliveries for his naught for Lewis Rees. I'm going to go on up midday and explain to the people of Derbyshire and East Staffordshire what's going on here. What is going on is, quite frankly, shambolic. But still, Alex Thompson and Zach Chappell look confident that they're not going to be required before lunch. Don't forget they can take the extra. They can take the extra 15 minutes if they get 7 or 8 wickets down before lunch. So can we get there? Wayne Madsen comes out to the middle. Wayne Madsen, who in the first innings was out for a 10-ball duck. One of Fernando's many victims in the first innings. He goes out to join Brooke Guest. Yorkshire's morning?
I think Possibly.
Yeah, I'd give it on balance.
Yeah, on
probably
balance,
Yorkshire's
just
more,
about
on balance.
49-51 in favour of Yorkshire. Yeah. I mean, one thing that people never seem to take into account, particularly commentators and all journalists, we all talk about the lads wanting a day off, and it'd be nice, to get away from the rigours of the schedule, and same for us, the mental strains of having to sit next to each other for days on end. But nobody takes into account that the umpires might fancy a day off. So...
What are you saying?
What am I saying?
What are you saying? I want no part of this conversation.
Sorry, Sue, Neil, didn't really mean.
We are on an auto rock, so everything you say is being recorded. 10 deliveries have gone now.
Not if it's anything to do with BBC Radio Leeds. It's usually lost by the time I ask if I can have it back.
We've got them. Here we go. Go on.
Fernando bowling here to Madsen. First delivery. Pushed back down the pitch to Vish, as the lads imaginatively nickname him.
Well, you don't know how the extra Y on, do you?
Vishy, maybe. You want to maybe knock off the WA and add a Y.
Yeah, that'd work.
Well, it could be an IE, I suppose.
Sounds vishy to me. I'm going to go and do my 12 o'clock update.
Sighs of relief as Fernando is in and bowling to Madsen, and he's cut that one nicely. That's the first runs of this Derbyshire second innings. That's also not great news for Yorkshire, because it's landed on the covers, and they're probably still going to be holding some moisture.
Nice shot by well, Madsen is off the mark. They're going to trail by 371 now, I can say that. And Ben Code to continue from... First delivery of a new over from Code is through to the keeper. Here comes Code again then. Bowling to Guest, who gets a thick edge into the offside. Four slips in place, point, mid off, mid on, short leg, and the man down at long leg. Here we go. Well, Derbyshire's plight has worsened, if that was possible. Here, Sally, 451 for 9. Yorkshire declared their innings on 4 wickets for Lewis Rees, but Derbyshire have already lost 2 wickets. Mitch Wagstaff to the first ball of the second innings, Lewis Rees to the 10th. But Guest yet to get off the mark. Wayne Madsen's on 4. Derbyshire are 4 without loss. They're 371 behind.
He's praising Johnny Tatt's fantastic ton. And nice morning for seam bowling. Have a good day's cricket, says Russell Walker, as Code is in. And so it's proving, isn't it, so far? We've seen 5 wickets fall already this morning. We've only just passed the hour of play mark, and some of that's been missed because of the innings break. Another dot there. Simon Beaver says hopefully conditions better for days 3 and 4 to get positive result and back-to-back wins.
There's much doubt that's going to happen.
With regard to your Bairstow question and your Rashid availability, wouldn't know, Simon. But I mentioned the Johnny thing in a bit more detail earlier on, so hopefully you caught that. Unlikely, Adil Rashid, I would think, given his shoulder issues. That was another blocked defensive push back to Code. And Andy Walker says the auto rock takes him back. Well, it usually does. Most of us, if we can access it.
Takes me aback sometimes, certainly.
Code turns again. Makes his way in once more from his clubhouse end of the ground. Another good delivery. Guest playing into the leg side and he's tangled up a little bit in that one. The end of over number 3. Derbyshire with 1 scoring shot so far, 4 from Wayne Madsen, now 4 for 2.
It was a very good scoring shot. Right, Caden Jackson is the Derby County signing. There was much pre-publicised sign from Ipswich Town. For those interested, 4 for 2. Trailing by 371. Wayne Madsen on strike to the man who got him very comprehensively out in the first innings. Juan Fernando on his way in now, bowls to Madsen, who gets an inside edge on that one as he drives at the ball, gets another single. Ball aimed into the offside, goes into the leg. Jordan Thompson already windmilling his arms around. Did some damage, of course, in the first innings. He got 4 of the wickets, I believe. Again, without looking it up, 3 slips in the gully. Fernando up the hill, bowls to Guest, who leaves this one alone outside the off stump to go through to wicketkeeper Tattersall. I suppose in the wind it might be a bit cooler than it is in the shelter of the press gazebo. It's a warm enough day today for those of us with good circulation. 5 for 2, Derbyshire. Once again, there, the ice cream van. He's done well to get parked there every day of the play so far.
He let me in this morning as well, kindly, on the way in.
This is defended by Guest back to Fernando. You parked at the bottom end again, are you?
I'm miles away, yeah. Yeah, I mean, you get punished here, don't you? It's definitely a thing.
Well, the later you come, or the more Yorkshire your accent, the further away from the main entrance.
So on day one, I used received pronunciation, and I was parked not so far from being behind the Portaloos. And on day 2, I said, "All right, my duck," and I was, for some reason, halfway down. And now this morning, I'm virtually on Puffin Billy.
Yeah. Fernando bowls to Guest. That's the inside half of the bat, as well as a chase here towards the boundary for Dan Moriarty. The ball actually stops before it reaches the rope, and they come back for 3. Good throw from Moriarty right over the stumps from the far distance at mid-wicket. Guest off the mark. 8 for 2 now. Derbyshire. Pat Brown's now sitting in the VIP area, where of course Pat Brown is perfectly entitled to sit, of course. There's Alex Thompson in the back of the press box, which is why I'm not being as critical as Derbyshire as I might be, but I will be. As Fernando is in again, Madsen waits and he plays that nicely down to a very wide third man for 4 runs. Another 400 of those. Derbyshire will be all right. They're 12 for 2 in the 3rd over, 4th over.
Yep, well, one or the other, yeah.
Well, no, not necessarily. It could have been the 5th or the 6th by the time I'd actually worked it out. Seems early.
Tim Steer says that we Keighley folk claim Harry Brook as one of our own, even though he was raised in Burley and Wharfdale, because it does say Keighley on his blurb as well when you get that.
Yeah, the strange in Keighley, though.
Morning, Tim. Hope you're okay. Or afternoon.
Absolutely. So this next delivery from Fernandez wide of the off stump and left alone by Madsen to go through to the keeper end of the over.
Is Tim received pronunciation, do you think? He speaks much more clearly than...
Well, he's famously from Dartford.
Than myself. Dartford.
Than one.
He's famously from Dartford.
Yeah, I mean, he keeps telling everybody he's from... I think it's Dartford. I hope it is Dartford. Sorry, Tim, if it isn't. It's somewhere down there. Kent, North Kent.
That takes me back to another Only Fools and Horses episode.
Jolly Boys outing. Yeah.
That one where Rodney's tried to do some rocket launch thing, and it came down a bit short. Delboy's been speaking to his tutor, and he says, he mentioned Dartford. Here's Code in and bowling to Guest, who punches that one back up the pitch, no run.
Yeah, I think it's Dartford. He'll let us know, I'm sure. Chris Cooper, another colleague, lives in Keighley.
Does he?
Coops
Does Cooper live in Keighley?
Yeah, Coops
I was down Saltaire, Keighley, isn't it?
Oh,
you see now.
Oh. No, you could be right. Yeah. Yeah, famously a Cornishman there. Or a Devonian.
Yeah, Plymouth.
Supports Plymouth.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if he's from Cornwall or Devon.
Here's Code bowling, to Guest. I keep saying because every ball looks like he might.
Matron.
Stop it. It's a cricket broadcast.
Is it? Not a carry-on film.
It's a bit of a carry-on.
It does feel like that.
Certainly is out there.
Who's the designated clapper? That's Adam Lythe. The second slip.
As Code makes his way into bowl to Guest again. This one left wide of off stump. You can vote for June's Player of the Month, by the way, say the PCA on our latest press release. Essex's Michael Pepper picks up 170 MVP points during the month. The Blaze's Catherine Bryce, that should be. They can't even spell the player's name.
It is Bryce,
right now.
yeah. Well, they're famously sisters, aren't they?
Yeah, the Bryce sisters.
And that's the PCA.
That's the PCA.
Not getting
Can't
the name
spell
of one of the players right. Yeah. Well, they also want the entire first-class cricket to die, don't they? They want half of their members on the dole, so...
Code in. Inside edge from Guest. He's catching down to Revis. I think. Or was it Moriarty? No, it's Moriarty. Sorry, Matthew. Down.
Can we make a pact that will stop saying ooh and just automatically assume that every ball is worthy of an ooh? And then we'll just try to describe the delivery rather than going ooh, but that wasn't far off.
Yep.
Playing on.
James Anderson apparently has struck in
he
possible
grinning at? What's he
last
grinning
match for
at?
Lancashire.
Thompson at the back there.
Here comes Code. And Guest, gets a ball, not Guest this time. It is Matheson who gets a ball short of length and fends that off into the offside for Revis to do the fielding.
I know it's not massively professional, but I assume it was the PCA comment. PCA have sent out a thing, vote for your player of the month. Catherine Bryce, they've put. This is the PCA. She's called Bryce. You'd think they'd get it right in an email, wouldn't you?
Imagine Alex Timpson. If you get, you're up there.
Alex
the shoe people. Here's Code in, and Madsen opens the face and runs that one away to Revis, and there's no run. 13 for 2 at the end of that over.
Staggering. We made Tomo laugh. I'm not sure which bit of it.
Alex Timpson.
Which bit? I don't think it was that bit. It was before that. 13 for 2. Lunch 1:10 tea. Should we get there 4 o'clock? Start incoming, and it's a good one from a Yorkshire perspective.
Is that right?
Oh yeah, I believe so. Johnny Tattersall today gets the highest score by number 7 batter for Yorkshire against Derbyshire. The highest
Magnificent
score. Don Best got to 106 last year. He's only held the record for a matter of months. That was at Scarborough. Here comes Fernando in a bowl into Brookester, leaves that one alone outside the off stump. And before that was somebody called S. Haig at Bramall Lane in Sheffield in 1904. He made 104. Another David Griffin stat. I'm sure when he gets into his book of stats, when he gets in, I was going to say his book of stats. It's not a book of stats. It's a whole. It's virtually a computer's full worth of stats. Tomorrow there'll be all sorts coming out.
Yeah, so, extra slice of pork pie will really kick him on, won't it?
Yeah, keep your eyes peeled for those tomorrow. The considered stats. As this next delivery is pushed into the offside by Brooke Guest, fielded by Matthew Revis. And there's no run.
I think Alex Thompson should come and do a bit of commentary with you before he has to get his pads on.
He's quite shy.
Choosing the ignorance option there. He didn't hear that because I can't reply.
He's choosing the ignoring you option rather than the ignorance option. But
all right, okay. Well, that's
it was many things.
One of the same in my mind.
There's many things to talk about, but ignorant is not one of them. 13 for 2. Fernando in bowls to Guest, who pushes this out into the offside towards Revis. If Derbyshire were in front, I think he'd have probably hopped on gladly.
So you don't get much contribution then from your players?
No, not at all. No. The start of the season, it all starts, oh yeah, we'll all come on, and then they don't win matches. And I can understand why they wouldn't want to come on. It's a shame, because I'm hardly going to grill them, am I?
No. I've been good news, though, by the way, from Gary Connell.
Excellent. Fernando bowls. That one is pushed back towards him, slightly uncertainly by Brooke Guest.
Well, I say good news. Lancashire are dominating a game against Nottinghamshire, but you know, Nottinghamshire go with me on this, a 28 for 4. With Chesterfield CC's very own Ben Slater, 15 not out, apparently.
So good news and bad news all round there, really. Nice to see Slats doing well.
James Anderson, 7 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 9.
Warming up for being his 12th man duties at Lord's. Here is Fernando, bowls to Guest, who clips that nicely into the leg side, out towards the mid-wicket boundary. There is a chase on for Wharton, although he's given it up already because the ball has raced to the rope. His first boundary. He moves to 8-17 for 2 now. Derbyshire, in reply to that deficit of 375, if you do indeed reply to a deficit, which I'm almost certain that you don't. You don't reply to a deficit. You're up against a deficit, I suppose.
It's great to hear the English cogs turning here from one of the masters.
Trying to wipe out they're not going to wipe it out, sadly.
Eradicate.
Oh, I like eradicate.
In the first instance, surely it's just reduce on their way to it.
On the way to
Eradication.
To eradicate, yes. Yeah. That's what I was going to say myself. As this one is left alone outside the off stump by Brooke Guest. It goes through to the keeper. And it's the end of the over, 17 for 2. After 6 overs, Derbyshire in their second innings. They're still some distance behind. 358 runs to be precise.
And the persistent Neil Dutton says now they're 0 for 2, Fernando. Since many years I haven't seen a rifle in your hands.
Yeah, it was part of the song, presumably, but not knowing ABBA songs quite in the encyclopedic way that you do, Jonathan.
I tell you what, it's not Sunday, but thanks for that. Ben Kerr then at 17 for 2, trying to make it 17 for 3 here. And he's bowling to Wayne Madsen. With 4 slips in place. And then I'm going to come into play with this solid block by the man who's had a fair few runs against Yorkshire.
I think that might be the same pigeon that Tomo picked up at Lord's. It's followed him here. Although that pigeon is unlikely to have flown here, I think it's fair to say. It was put in a box and sent here, it might have got here. We had a pigeon incident at Lord's last week.
Oh, did he?
Pigeon hit.
Here's Code again. Madsen beaten this time with an appeal for LBW. And Sue Redfern with a very firm shake of the head in the negative.
And for those listening on medium wave, I did say pigeon hit. Out at point, or was it square leg? One or the other by Ryan Higgins off the bowling of Alex Thompson. This pigeon was stricken. And Tomo went up, picked it up and gave it to the ground staff.
What remarkable.
I think they're like good fertiliser.
Yes, Code bowling to Madsen, who pulls out of his shot, and there is no run. I'm going to try to tell you how many runs.
For those listening on medium wave, he said shot.
Stop it. Right. Restrict match type. Here we go. First class.
If you wouldn't
First
mind.
class.
What were you looking up?
Wayne Madsen, because I just threw one of those things out there where I said he's had quite a few runs against Yorkshire over the years, and then I thought, actually, I need to qualify that. He's had 640 runs against Yorkshire over the years, as he's trying to make it a 641, but can't, because Thompson fields at 4th slip.
Well, he's trying to make it 650, surely.
He's averaging 45.71 though in matches, first-class matches against Yorkshire. In 15 innings, 640 runs, a highest of 141, 450s and 2 tons. The other one being the 104 he scored.
I don't know. With a bad hand.
Last year.
Oh, last year,
sorry,
yeah,
this
that
year.
one.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this
yeah.
year. Caught Brooke bowled route. As Curry's in, that's the ball short of length, worked off the hip by Madsen.
Who's now got
Square leg.
51 runs against Yorkshire.
Or even 642. Yeah,
Well, how many did he have going into it?
640.
Well, he's only got 11.
He's had a 141, a 104, and 2 93s, would you believe? So he's trying to get the monkey off his back in this innings and get to 90.
Yeah. Where are you going with that?
19 for 2. Code. Ooh. Madsen turns it off his legs. Wharton can't make a clean pickup with the fielding. They get another single. And quite astonishing in every sense of the word. They've reduced the deficit down to 355.
Are you trying to get new ringtones for each of the Derbyshire players? Because I think Wayne will quite like that one when he goes, ooh, Madsen. I think he might be taking that.
Yeah.
I would.
Yeah.
I might take it myself. 355 the deficit. And here we go. It's dropped into the same pattern as the first innings now as Jordan Thompson comes on from the Lake End, which he did quite early. Was it 3 overs?
Yeah, it was. All the portents are there.
They are, aren't they?
For another 5 for 0.
3 overs, 1 for 16, which were Fernando. Ben Code, 4 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 4, which I think it was 1 for 9 in the first innings. So it's all following a relatively similar pattern, apart from the fact that Derbyshire were 2 down very early rather than 1. And here comes Thompson, bowling to Wayne Madsen, who leaves the first delivery alone outside the off stump. He needs to be limping, doesn't he, at Chesterfield, really, Jordan Thompson, to be at his very, very best. It was last year when he looked like he could barely walk. But carried on regardless.
I'm rather hoping he doesn't think that he also gets a free ride on Puffin Billy if one of the Derbyshire batsmen hits his bowling into said train.
I'm sure he's read the small print of that particular bet / contract. This next delivery is left alone. To the keeper.
He has. Down in last week at Scarborough, he bowled superbly, and I thought he bowled well in the first innings here as well. I think that there is best 2 back-to-back performances with the ball, maybe in his entire first-class career so far, certainly for some time anyway. Asking plenty of questions.
Ben Aitchison, where that's Malsh is at. Going to be doing some work at some point somewhere. There's a net away to our right, he might be going in there. Thompson in and bowls to Madsen, who pushes this out into the offside. Tumbling stop by Moriarty at cover. And there's no run. Yeah, they've gone into the net behind a whole myriad of advertising. I was going to say boards, but they're more like not boards, are they? Some kind of plastic material. What do they call them?
I don't know what listening, sorry, what... I've zoned out. The things at the side of the nets there.
Thompson's in and bowls to Madsen, who drives him down the ground. Beautiful shot, 4 runs.
Well, it might, if it kicks off the advertising board, it might make Puffin Billy not quite have the legs. They're
not boards,
they're not boards, are they? No,
it's sort of plastic, what they call
vinyl type,
yes,
vinyl.
Yeah, there's a name for them. My latest message from Fletcher Jr. is Jimmy's on the tear up against Notts. Derbyshire might not have the lowest score of the season. They're 34 for 5 now, Notts, against Lancashire at Southport. Thompson is in and bowls to Madsen, and that one is pushed up towards mid-off, where Shan Masood does the fielding. Yeah. There'll be more than one person in the Nottinghamshire tracksuit disappointed by that score, I'm sure.
The trouble is, when you got a great day like that, Scott will be underplaying it whenever you say, well, you know,
yes.
the poor lads.
Oh, no, it might be something to do with the fact they're playing against one of the world's greatest bowlers, and yeah, it might be. Here comes Thompson, might be because they're rubbish as well. The bowls to Madsen, who leaves that one alone outside the off-stump. George Hill just did a little jump in the air at first slip as the ball thudded into the gloves of Johnny Tattersall. The over comes to an end at 24 for 2. Somerset have been bowled up at 284, trailing Warwickshire by 128.
What's happening with Middlesex and Leicestershire, please?
I'll get there, don't worry. Ooh, you'll like it. They're 22 for 1, Middlesex already. They need another 444. They're not going to get them.
And Northamptonshire.
Northamptonshire are 7 down. They need a further 90.
Oh, it's not happening, is it?
To win at Wattage Road, I beg your pardon. That would be a good win if they won that. Candy Falcons won yesterday, I noticed. Part of the Falcons franchise.
Yeah. Is it?
They should play at Chesterfield more often. They beat the damn Bull of Sixers, whoever they are.
Ben Code, meanwhile, is going to bowl to Brooke Guest at 24 for 2, and Guest pushing into the offside where Masood will field no run. Is it wantage or wantage? Depends.
Ordinary people would say wantage. Gloucestershire 488 for 5. They lead Glamorgan by 470 for completeness in the second division. So it looks like results possibly in all 4 games in the second. Well, there'll be results, obviously, but positive results. All 4 games in the second division.
It depends who you're talking about in terms of positive, doesn't it? As Cody's in, he's beaten Guest here, and another wicket falls. 24 for 3, rooted to the spot. Brooke Guest, both during that play and at the end of it as well, when he saw Sue Redfern's finger raise. So Derbyshire just digging themselves into deeper trouble. Code has a second wicket here, and his tally now reads 2 for 4 into his 5th over. Yorkshire very much on top.
26 balls, 1-4. Brooke Guest, Derbyshire in, well, they've been in trouble for a long time. 351 runs behind. At 24 for 3.
You see how I stuck my neck out there, though, and said Yorkshire very much on top.
Yes, yeah, brave man. All 3 of those who've been dismissed have been out for single figures. A couple of ducks and an 8. Still, Alex Thompson shows great faith in those who are coming into bat. He's standing here steadfastly, unless he's not going to bat. Well, it's all relative, Tomo, it's all relative. 24 for 3. You look like you're about to pounce on an update, are you? You've got 12:30?
Yeah, but there's no big rush.
Well, no,
4 minutes away,
they
yeah.
won't come to you.
No, they didn't yesterday, did they? So I'm not rushing to them. I can promise you that one. I'll tell you that for nothing.
All right.
I'll give you that for nothing.
Thank you very much. Ben Cody got 1 wicket in the first innings, now has 2 in the second. Joining the party, as they say.
Indeed. And David Lloyd, well, he proud of that first inning, that pre-match decision to bat first. 76 all out and 24 for 3. So I'll make that Derbyshire 110 for 13 in the match. Code is in. Bowling to Lloyd, who pushes at 1. Code wheels away with just slight anguish that he didn't get a second in succession there.
David Lloyd got a 3 o'clock tea time. I don't even know if he plays golf, actually. But
is there a pitch and putt on the
should be. We've established that there should be. I don't think there is.
Not even a putting green or a crazy golf, no?
Not even a pitching area. If it was crazy golf, we'd be all over it, wouldn't we?
Absolutely. Crazy cricket at the moment. Code in, and top of the bounce, Lloyd pushes this ball back to him. Still got a couple left in the over, then I can go and be ignored on my update to BBC Radio Leeds again.
Would you prefer being ignored by them or by me?
Yeah. Makes no odds, to be honest with you. No particular preference on that front.
Excellent.
They're both enjoyable experiences. Lots of hand signals going on. As Code comes into bowl to Lloyd again, straightens things up this time. Couldn't get it through though. The Welsh man blocking it. A solid Welsh block.
Wrexham boy. Season ticket holder at the racecourse.
Is that right?
Or
Racecourse ground, even. Or the racecourse. Bangor. Which is the nearest one.
it is the nearest one, isn't it? Because it's nowhere near Bangor, is it? Bangor racecourse. It's closer to Wrexham than Bangor, I think.
Is that right?
Yeah, I think so.
Code is in. Oh, Lloyd. Back foot. Punching back to the bowler. No run. 24 for 3 at the end of the over.
Bangor on D, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, so it wouldn't be anywhere near Bangor, near Carnarvon and that kind of area. Just up the road, but obviously. But
I'm going.
yeah, okay. Told you'll be back shortly. Well, I say he'll be back shortly. There's only 7 wickets to get now, so he might not be back. Who knows? If he isn't, thanks very much for your company over the last 2 days and 1 session, including 2 sessions completely lost to the brain yesterday. Oh dear, oh dear. I'll be back and train him. This ball is turned nicely into the leg side by Wayne Madsen. First ball of a new over from Jordan Thompson goes for 4 out to the square leg boundary. He moves to 20, 28 for 3 now, Derbyshire. Which means they're still a long, long way behind, of course. 300, well, it's less than 350 now. 347 runs behind. Or, to be more accurate, 347 more runs from making Yorkshire bat for a second time. Thompson in and bowls to Madsen, who just gets his bat down on that one. Fuller of length, pushes it out into the offside. And it's fielded in the covers by Dan Moriarty. I do hope that nobody out there who was listening was planning on, we'll just call him for day 4. There is not going to be a day 4. As Thompson is in again. That one's edged, does it? No, very close to the edge of Wayne Madsen's bat. His head swung around as the ball went past his bat and through to Tattersall behind the stumps. That must have been quite close. 28 for 3. It remains. Well, Tommy was going to put his pads on there. He's left the media area. And he's making his way around in front of the VIP area now. Perhaps going to see how Aitchison's doing in the nets as in comes Thompson again. Defended by Madsen up to mid-on. It's basically bat and bat and bat and bat if they possibly can. Derbyshire.
We are going to do 6 paragraphs from the opposite room. It's not pretty.
Here comes Thompson again. Bowls to Madsen. It pushes this one out towards Matthew Revis. Out backward point. And again there is no run. Puffin Billy again. Someone's gone for a complete lap. He just walked past the scoreboard away in the distance to our right hand side. Trees to the left, not blowing so much. Trees to the right really are blowing nicely. In a very strong cross-wind, the Union flag atop the council building is visible in the distance as Thompson bowls to Madsen, who leaves that one alone outside the off stump. Goes through to Tattersall. And there is no run. 28 for 3. 20 to Wayne Madsen. David Lloyd yet to get off the mark. The man out, Mitch Wagstaff for 0, Lewis Rees for 0, and Brooke Guest for 8. Ben Code to continue from the pavilion end. And he's on his way in now. Bowling to the Derbyshire skipper, David Lloyd, who pushes that one out into the offside, no run. Full face of David Lloyd's bat on that one. I have watched David Lloyd score a 300. That was for Glamorgan against Derbyshire. But we have seen one down at Sophia Gardens. And he spent 10 years, of course, before joining Derbyshire permanently in the winter. I just had a little spell on loan during the 50-over competition last season. Code is in and Lloyd on the back foot punches, and it's nicely fielded by Sham Masood at mid-off. Threatens to roll the ball towards Wayne Madsen's stumps, and the pair share a joke, having batted together for quite a while, I would have thought, last season.
Romans turned up at York and called it Ibaraka.
28 for 3 it remains as Code.
No Reading, thank you.
He's on his way in. 4 slips, bowls to Madsen, who's a little surprised, not Madsen, Lloyd, who's a little surprised by that one, but he's going to get a couple of runs down to a wide third man and gets off the mark. 30 for 3.
There we go.
Yes. There's some kind of Rubik's Cube and Ibaraka joke in there.
Do you not do Rubik's Cube and Ibaraka jokes very often? You need to develop a sense of humour, Fletch.
I think they're so 2023, those jokes. So Masood, just asking Ben Cole if he wants the field move. I'd crack on if I was you boys, because it's gone a bit gloomy. Not that you haven't got a lot of time, but Lloyd's ready. Code didn't change the field, and he bowls to the Derbyshire skipper, who punches the ball into the offside. Straight to the man at cover, and there's no run. Matthew Revis standing in the covers. Long leg, the only man not really in a catching position.
Cue short ball pulled this time. Tough edge.
Straight to him. Straight to him. Absolutely. Didn't even have to move. Kept one of his hands in his pockets. Code bowls. That one is pushed out into the offside. Lloyd calls Madsen through for a single. Revis does the fielding once again when he catches up with the ball. Lloyd moves to 3. 31 for 3. It's important that they keep the scoreboard ticking. Apparently 41 for 6 now, Nottinghamshire, and threatening Derbyshire's first innings of 76. Come on, Jimmy. That game being played at Southport. I got to the point at Lords when I was more interested in what was happening at Hove, and now I'm more interested in what's happening at Southport. In goes Code to Madsen, who gets struck somewhere. Oh, we've done the Candy Falcons, yeah, we've done them. Yeah, it's turned into that. It's a part of the Falcons franchise. Good win yesterday in the Sri Lanka. The Lanka T20, I think it's known as. Speaking of which, here comes Fernando back onto the field. Just had a rest in between the last couple of overs.
You could hear the drums.
There's got to be something else, hasn't there?
No. It's a one-trick pony.
Fernando was also the name of one of Alan Partridge's 2 children. He named one of his children Fernando, yeah. Very close to them, although they chose not to see him. 31 for 3. Loved them both dearly.
So, Jordan Thompson, meanwhile, loved dearly by the Yorkshire fans, is in, and Lloyd pushes that one to Revis at point, and there is no run. I'm now looking back, just in case, you know, as you do.
Not behind you.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just in case I'm looking back, really.
Yeah.
I just thought I'd tell you that.
Thought you'd look back. Lovely. What have you been looking at back at, don't you?
In a moment,
Oh.
I'm going to reveal all. As Thompson is in and bowling, and Lloyd punches into the offside. Dan Moriarty with his usual specialist fielding there missed it, and Shan Masood cleans up and they get a single.
Rather died over the top of it, didn't he?
Yeah, and then scuffs up the pitch. Ground's going to be delighted with that. 32 for 3. I was just looking for innings victories by Yorkshire, but of course it's pages and pages long on the Cricket Archive, so I better narrow it down to innings victories in county championship rather than first class matches, because that'll make a massive difference.
It'll knock 5 off. You don't do innings and 300.
Yorkshire have won 430 championship matches by an innings. That is down the leg side. Madsen misses. Tattersall stops it of a fashion. There's no run.
They've won 430 matches by an innings.
Starting
430 matches by an innings Yorkshire have won in their history.
I'll only mention that the first of them was the 28th of August 1890 against Sussex at Hove.
Seems a lot. Yes, well, that's why I was hope. That's why when I said it out loud, I hope it might have poked Griff into action, and it has.
Thompson in bowling, and Madsen even pushes into the offside, and Masood fields, and there is no run. They struggled though with their home form in ramming home innings victories. They didn't manage one until 1893 against Somerset at Bramall Lane. And goodness me, against Derbyshire, I'm still looking down the list. We've got
The
some.
third one was against Derbyshire.
Was it? No, it wasn't. That was Sussex. Again.
I'm sure I've seen Derbyshire in there. No, perhaps not.
Anyway, Jordan Thompson's bowling to Madsen.
You probably refused to play us in the early years.
Yeah.
Recently, I bet there's been a couple. Surely.
Derbyshire, Yorkshire 2013 here.
I missed that one.
Yorkshire, Derbyshire, Headingley 2013, so they won both matches in 13 by innings.
In their history, up to Yorkshire, 44 times Yorkshire have beaten Derbyshire by an innings, Griff tells me. 44 times.
Speaking of 44, here's Jordan Thompson bowling to 77, Wayne Madsen. That's turned square on the leg side, and they're going to get back for 2. Moriarty doing the fielding. So 34 for 3. Madsen on to 22. He's got a start here. And let's face it, not many Derbyshire batters have in this match so far.
Well, none.
Lloyd on 4.
Zach Chappell made 18. But you wouldn't call it a start, would you, really?
Yeah. I'm looking back through the records to see when Yorkshire last put together 2 successive innings defeats, and I think we're probably at 2015. Yeah, it must have been 2015. Beat Nottinghamshire at Headingley by an innings, and then followed up with a win at Chesterfield Street against Durham by an innings. Successive
really
matches.
Count, doesn't it?
So,
Is it me?
well, I can do it if you like.
No, I'll do it. Coward's first delivery of a new over, I imagine, is turned into the leg side of something. A leg by 35 for 3.
I'm going to have
Are you?
a Joe Anita moment, I think,
Oh, excellent.
on BBC Radio York.
That'd be nice. Before a whole raft in the afternoon.
Yeah, we could have a sweep on. Will she ask me what's for
What's for
lunch?
lunch? What's for lunch? Yeah,
what's
yeah,
for lunch?
yeah.
What's the weather like?
Are you in your shorts?
Right, okay.
I'm going.
We'll have presenter bingo. What's for lunch? What's the weather like? What's the atmosphere like there?
Is your co-commentator
many-
the nicest co-commentator that you work with?
Yeah.
His code. I hope she doesn't ask him that. Bowls to Madsen, who turns that one into the leg side. Wharton fields, they go through for a single and moves to 23.
If you hear a response saying no, don't be ridiculous,
Yeah,
you'll know
that'd be
that was the question.
Yeah, that'd be that question. Yeah. Noisy appeared all over one of my reports yesterday when I forgot to press a button. His commentary carried on underneath my report, which was awkward. 36 for 3, Coward bowling to Derbyshire skipper Lloyd, who's played and missed at that one. Ball goes through to the keeper.
I think I should probably go.
I think you should
What they'll usually do
I've been
is
thinking that for a
they
while.
say hello, and then they put another song on, and you wait for 4 minutes.
Yeah. Don't worry about that. Have a bit of downtime. Wagstaff Tattersall bowled code 0, Reese LBW, Vishwa Fernando 0, Brooke Guest LBW, Ben Code 8. The men out, 36 for 3, Derbyshire. As Lloyd plays at that one. Definitely plays at that one. Ball goes through to the keeper. If you bowl a proper length and in the right direction, you have the batsman in trouble. It's incredible how the opposition seem to have worked this out, and yet we haven't. When I say we, I mean they. Knott's 43 for 6 now, inching towards 76 as Code is in and bowls. That one wraps Lloyd probably on the thigh pad as it cuts back a little bit at him. 36 for 3 it remains. Lloyd has 5, Madsen has 23. Let's have a look. Middlesex 55 for one, need 411, and now Northamptonshire are 9 down at home to Sussex, and they need a further 79. That could be the first result of this round of matches in Division 2, as Code is in again and bowls. That's punched off the back foot by Lloyd up to his opposite number, Shan Masood, the Yorkshire skipper. He's at mid-off, and it's the end of the over. 36 for 3 after 13 overs. Derbyshire, they trail by 339. Derbyshire innings victories 127, innings defeats 288. Thank you, Griff. Oh dear. So 127, 288. The first ball of a new over from Jordan Thompson is pushed by Wayne Madsen back towards the bowler, and there's no run. So it remains 36 for 3. Some highlighted here. They've got on Facebook. Excellent. I might read that out later. Blackwood, I've got to mention in reply to one of Derbyshire's posts on Facebook. They're not my Blackrod though, and I'd merely go and watch. Thompson in and bowls, that's left alone by Wayne Madsen. Bad defeat on Sunday for Blackrod, after a good win on Saturday, but they are through the T20 finals day. Very excited. It's a sort of limited excitement, clearly, because the fan base is relatively small, I think it's fair to say. You might be surprised to hear it's raining at the Oval. It's been raining at the Oval before in this round of matches as well, from memory. It's not raining here at the moment. It's not supposed to rain, I don't think, today. As in comes Thompson, bowls to Madsen, who leaves alone. Ball goes through to the keeper. 36 for 3 it remains. You look at all the games that are in the fourth innings. Worcestershire needed another 166 to beat Durham at Chesterfield Street. They're 2 down in the second innings, 65 for 2. And yet down at Southampton, Hampshire made 505 for 8 declared, and Kent 286 for 7, trailing by 219. Warwickshire 13 without loss in their second innings. They lead Somerset by 141 at Taunton. Notts 44 for 6 in their first innings, trailing Lancashire by 309. Surrey 72 for 3, leading Essex by 154 at the Oval. As this next delivery from Thompson is defended by Wayne Madsen to the on-side of the stumps at the far end of the ground, where it's fielded by Fernando. So that means that Surrey lead by 154. Middlesex 1 down, need 410 more runs to win. Just waiting for that 10th Northamptonshire second innings wicket to go. For the first result in this round of matches, 36 for 3. In comes Thompson and bowls. Madsen pushes this one to Matthew Revis at backward point. 36 for 3. 3 slips, backward point, cover, mid-off. Mid-on, mid-wicket action. Yeah, there's a long leg down to our left. So pretty standard field, really. As Derbyshire cling grimly to this match. Thompson bowls and Madsen gets surprised by a bit of bounce there. Trying to leave the ball, it actually bounced up and hit his bat down into the ground. Fielded nicely by Finn Bean at third slip. And the over comes to an end with Derbyshire on 36 for 3, made over. It felt like to me. And it was. And oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Vishwan Fernando, at the end, which he picked up a 5 for in the first innings, is coming on to bowl. It's following the same, this is the same pattern as the first Derbyshire innings. And if he gets the same amount of swing through the air and bowls as accurately as he did in the first innings, then this could get very, very messy. From a Derbyshire perspective, Yorkshire have been on top since, well, pretty much since David Lloyd said, we'll have a bat. So Fernando just windmills his arms, he's getting ready.
Adorned with trees
There's a couple of practice deliveries to Ben Code, who's going to be at mid-on. 3 slips and a gully for Vishwan Fernando. And he's on his way in now to bowl to David Lloyd, who pulls the first delivery out to square leg for 6. Wow, there's defiance for you. David Lloyd, with I'm pretty certain the second 6 that Derbyshire have scored in the innings, because there was one from Zach Chappell in the first innings. So second 6 of the match. I mean, it pales into insignificance when you look at James Wharton hit 6 sixes by himself. That ball's gone down in the dip beyond the trees at backward square leg. James Wharton has gone to help the search party. I think there are at least 2 cricketers down there now, 3, searching for the ball. But that was a proper show of defiance from Derbyshire skipper David Lloyd, who did seem a little down, understandably. When I spoke to him yesterday evening after the close of play, he said that confidence was low, understandably, because they haven't had a particularly good time of it, losing to Middlesex last time out. Heading towards defeat here. They managed to draw with Gloucestershire down at Bristol, and in the game before that, a draw with Northamptonshire. And then prior to that was the Sussex match, which was also an innings defeat, an innings 124 runs. So I think it's 3 defeats in 5 in the county championship for Derbyshire. A ball has come back. It's now being shown to umpire Sue Redfern. She's a good look at it. Hands it back to Ben Code, and we can get on with it. I'm glad Dodge is back, because Griff's come up with some belting stats.
Yep, go for it.
Well, I'll do it after this Fernando delivery. It's innings, wins and defeats for Derbyshire as Fernando bowls. That's on leg stump and clipped away by Lloyd just for a single this time. Almost knocks the fielder down at long leg off his feet. They've gone through for 1. Lloyd moves to 12, 43 for 3. You said that Yorkshire had 430 innings wins. Derbyshire have had 127. They've lost by an innings on 288 occasions. As we know,
impressive.
44 of those to Yorkshire. Soon, you would imagine, to be 45. Northamptonshire continue to cling on. 9 down. In goes Fernando. Bowls to Madsen, wraps him on the pad as an appeal. Yeah, Fernando was celebrating before he even thought about turning round to ask the question of the umpire. And when he did, the finger went straight up, and Madsen has gone now for 23. Derbyshire are 4 down before lunch. They're 43 for 4.
Yep, good delivery. Madsen looked at the skies. Don't know if that was in disappointment for himself at missing a straight one, or if that was in disappointment at the decision. And he's walking off with his bat firmly held halfway down the blade, suggesting perhaps the latter. So I don't know why I think it's a suggestion of that, but it does suggest do that, don't they? You know.
Yeah. Well, little signals.
Yeah. So 43 for 4.
38 deliveries, 4 fours.
And the job, well, fairly well on its way to being done, but not done.
No, indeed. What guest's dismissal? I didn't write down the over.
It was 8.2.
Thank you very much. There's an Aaron Donald who
could make it interesting.
He didn't trouble the scores, which is the wrong thing to say, because they have to write as much.
John Potter, absolutely incandescent if you say that.
It's a load of old nonsense. They troubled the scorers, clearly, because they have to write the name in the book and then write that they're out. But he was out for a first baller. Pat Brown leapt into action there to take the drink out to David Lloyd. It's 12 now. The microphone's starting to sound like your impression of Kenneth Williams. Effects microphone. Oh dear. So lunch still another 20 minutes or so away. Derbyshire 332 behind and 4 down. And an Iron Donald. It's going to be a Welsh onslaught. Possibly. Certainly there's 2 Welshmen out there. It's as good as I could come up with, really. 43
slaughtering.
As Fernando goes in to bowl to Donald, who does move his feet, like the first innings, to get out of the way of a delivery a long way down the leg side. So he's survived a golden pair, if that is the term for 2 first bowlers.
All important that as well. Russ Harker says, hi team. Russ here from Skipton, living in Kleinmach now.
Where?
But currently in Place de Clichy in Paris.
Oh, yeah.
When was the last time Yorkshire won 2 consecutive championship games by an innings and some runs? There you go. I think we worked it out as 2015
Well,
during
we didn't.
second of those back-to-back championship
It's
years.
all down to you. It's all your work, Dodgy. Don't drag me in. If I want to know something, I just shout to David Griffin. And goes Fernando. Once again, bowls to Donald, who turns this one into the onside. First time he's put that on ball in this match.
Dean up in Donny says, dear
Sorry,
JD, I'm enjoying the banter and coverage. I'd better write in before the rain returns or Derbyshire collapses. I do hope the rain stays away long enough to finish the game, although I can't help but have some sympathy for Derbyshire and your fellow commentator.
Oh no, yeah.
No sympathy for him whatsoever.
I'm not asking for sympathy. As long as they pay me every month, I'm quite happy. Well, I say happy. Here's Fernando, bowls to Donald. Ooh, that's right on the pads. He hasn't got any bat on it either, so it must have pitched outside leg stump or be missing leg stump. It'll be signalled leg by eventually, I think, by Sue Redfern. It won't. He got some bat on it. She looked like she was about to. She gave the pre-signal there, but he picked up his first run of the match as an Iron Donald. Close though, 44 for 4.
Neil Barraclough's correcting my mathematical calculation of what Derbyshire were at one stage for 13. Doesn't matter now, it's immaterial because they're 14 now.
Yeah.
76, 820 for 14.
Yeah.
I reckon at the moment.
Which in itself is.
And I think they were 110 for 13 when I said it. Well, he says 100 for 13. I've told you a million times, Neil, not to correct me when I'm right.
Nothing worse than being corrected when you're right. I don't know what it's like. Because I've never been right.
Jordan Thompson from the Lake End, bowling here to an Iron Donald, who pushes that one into the pitch. There's no run. Jim Green says, delighted JT got his 100. That's Jonathan Tattersall, not Jordan Thompson. Yorkshire made the correct decision to declare. If there was dodgy moustache 11, I think Yorkshire would have some representatives. Yeah.
I don't mind a dodgy moustache though on a sportsman. I think it's quite good.
Dodgy moustache 11. I mean, if it was just a sporting 11, you'd probably have what's his name from Australia in, wouldn't you? As in comes Thompson, that's pushed into the offside by Donald and fielded in the covers.
I think most of them would be from Australia.
Yeah, what's his name? You know, there was David Boone. He wasn't what I was thinking of. The other one from that era, Merv Hughes. Merv Hughes. Yeah.
But never to be forgotten, Merv Hughes.
Those two.
But Merv and Hughes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
George Hill's been sporting a dodgy tash for a little while. I'm not sure if he's still got it, actually. I haven't seen much of him during the last few days at close enough quarters as that one's pushed out to Matthew Revis. Backward point, no run. There's a few of the lads that James Wharton had a bit of a slug on the top lip for a little while.
I don't mind it at all. Slip Gordon's very interested in what's going on in the VIP area. Doesn't appear to be much going on in there, to be fair, but Jeff Miller's here.
Thompson in. Donald solidly behind it. They're going to have to get through some cake fairly quickly because they might run out of... I mean, can you imagine? Lunch might not be ready for 1:10 for us. A few wickets fall.
Well, if a few wickets fall, it won't be 1:10, will it? Be even later.
David Bates says, Madsen must be mad after that verdict. Very unlucky to be given on height. Didn't look very happy at all. Yeah, we sort of read something into the body language, I think, David. Here comes JT again. Donald pushes into the offside again, no run. Not a bad number, attendance-wise.
That's all right, isn't it?
Yeah,
Day 3, Tuesday. Is Tuesday, isn't it?
I can't remember.
No, I'm not sure. I'm never sure what day of the week it is. I thought she seemed to have been on 220 for 9 for about half an hour. It does say live next to it, but they're heading for defeat to Sussex, who look pretty strong this season.
Moriarty has been sent out into the depths, away to the leg side, and Donald pushes one back past the bowler to take his score on to 2. And Derbyshire's on to 45 for 4. That is 330 runs behind what Yorkshire posted so far in the match. Same.
No, you're right. Good maths from you. And that's merely what they need further to make Yorkshire bat for a second time. So probably going to be batting until 5 o'clock tomorrow night to get anything out of this game. Derbyshire.
Batting until kingdom come.
Yeah, it's very difficult to put any kind of positive spin on what's occurred here.
Far be it from you to want to do that.
So I won't bother. I'll leave it to you.
Fernando bowling to Don.
And I'll take over momentarily on the stream, ready to do my latest update. There are 1 or 2 ants knocking about. I've got some emails as well, so I'll read them in a minute. But I'll wait until I get on the other bit of the stream. That one is pushed away to the leg side by an Aaron Donald, who picks up his 3rd. Or is it his 4th? It's his 3rd. 46 for 4. A stamp of opinion. Talking about what marks you can put on your ballot paper. Didn't expect to hear that. 46 for 4. And it's Vishwa Fernando. He's got a couple of wickets already, 2 for Ben Code as well, and he's on his way into bowl to David Lloyd, who pushes this into the leg side where it's fielded by James Wharton. And there is no run. So lunch at 1:10. 3 slips in place, and a point rather than a gully is where Jordan Thompson's standing at the moment. Fernando on his way in. Oh, tell you what, that one cut back a bit and wrapped David Lloyd somewhere unpleasant before dribbling out into the offside. It remains 46 for 4, 12 to Lloyd, 3 to Donald. Top 4 already gone. Wagstaff and Rees without scoring. Guest for 8. Madsen for 23. Not happy with his decision. As Fernando is in and bowls to Lloyd, turns that into the leg side, and there is no run. Yeah, Derbyshire hurtling towards defeat here. Sally, they're 46 for 4. They were 375 behind on first innings. They've lost Mitch Wagstaff and Lewis Reitz for 0, Brooke Guest for 8 and Wayne Madsen for 23. David Lloyd, the skipper's there in the middle on 12 not out. He's with an Aaron Donald. He has 3, but Derbyshire 46 for 4, still 329 behind.
Innings. George might get a go. He could be dangerous in these conditions, you would think, as Fernando. Once again from the pavilion end to Lloyd, who's pushing into the offside and taking on Shan Masood for the single, and Shan fumbles and they get through comfortably. So 47 for 4 from the end of that over. Lloyd on 13 now and 3 to an Aaron Donald, and Jon Fletch is back.
All right, forgot to press my button. 3 emails that I ought to read out that come in. I've been flooded with emails.
Yep.
Greg
Here you
Watts. Hi Dave, lamentable stuff from Derbyshire at Chesterfield, but at least there's Puffin Billy to keep us entertained. I'm sure he's keeping me entertained. Chris Taylor has been on with the question that we keep getting asked: has Mickey Arthur resigned yet? If he was a football manager, in fact, this is Chris from Michelova, who yesterday sent this message. Knew over. Who is this?
George Hill.
It's George Hill, bowling from the Lake End. If he was a football manager, he would have been sacked by now. Can Derbyshire get any worse? Now, if you listen to Sports Scene from 6 tonight, Chris, you'll get a full answer to the question you sent us yesterday. We did get it, and to your email, so I won't bore everybody with my answer here. And Nick says, Chesterfield waits all year for some first-class cricket, and we serve up this garbage, which will almost certainly done before tea on day 3. As Hill bowls, that one big bounce away from David Lloyd through to the keeper. I really hope they send us a bill for lost revenue for today and tomorrow. They don't deserve this nonsense. Thank you, Nick. You know how to get in touch, everybody. Oh, there's one more. Oh dear, that's very long, Ian. I'll perhaps read it at lunch and read it out. I'll read bits of it out this afternoon. As Hill is in and bowls Lloyd. He's quite quick, isn't he, for a spinner? Hill. I think. Is he a spinner? He looks like he's spinning it. He's a leg spinner. Yeah? I'm reading emails and trying to see what's going on there. Cricket, help me, Jonathan.
No, he's a seam bowler, David.
Is he? So he rolls his fingers over the ball a lot then? Okay.
Very skillful.
Yes, I've barely looked up and seen him getting, now that I've seen where he's starting from. It wouldn't really be a spinner, would it? Oh, that's edged by Lloyd, just wide of a diving Jordan Thompson had slipped and down to the third man for 4 runs. He's got away with one there, David Lloyd. He moves on to 17. The 50's up for Derbyshire. There it is. I'm not sure why they're applauding it. I think it's a sympathy applause from the Yorkshire supporters inside the ground. 51 for 4. So I was distracted by seeing the size of that email. I've got no chance.
No.
Would have to start raining heavily, Ian.
For the next 2 days.
Yes, and carry on raining. Dear, oh dear. Hill bowls, that's turned into the leg side by Lloyd on this occasion. Straight to Moriarty, and there's no run.
I've got a short one.
Have you?
Martin Bloomfield says, forget moustaches.
Matron.
Being somewhat follically challenged myself, what about forming a Telly Savalas Invitational 11?
Yes.
Number one obvious contender would be a certain Lythe from Whitby, he says.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. You could coach the team, couldn't you?
Zed Chappell's in.
You could be motivational coach.
Yeah.
Oh, dear me, I'd love to be in a fly in the wall and dressing room there.
The ball's to Lloyd, who defends it down the pitch. Sussex have beaten Northamptonshire by 63 runs at Wantage Road. Middlesex 2 down. They need another 392 at Grace Road against Leicestershire. So Sussex win. That's not good news for. It's not good news for anybody really.
Apart from Sussex.
Apart from Sussex, yeah. Because it means that we'll almost certainly lose the Sussex trip for next season, and they will take one of the 2 available promotion places. You would have thought the way they're going at the moment. I mean, they're flat.
Enjoy Brighton, dear. Your type of place.
Absolutely, yeah. We stay in Hove, though.
Oh, right, okay.
I don't know what you're implying.
We don't. Fernando.
Well, he's down in Sheffield when you're at Chesterfield, so I wouldn't expect you to
It's
say
in
it.
Brighton. Here's Fernando bowling, and now Donald stands tall, little foot movement, and bang, straight through the covers, and over the top of those covers as well for 4 runs. Tossed back into the field of play by one of the spectators in the sitting on the classroom-style brown plastic chairs.
Northern Diamonds playing today.
Are the Northern Diamonds playing today? Yes, they're playing against the Netherlands.
Yeah, and they've scored 348 for 7 in 42 overs
Yeah,
so far. the
doesn't
Northern
surprise me.
Diamonds.
No, I didn't have a message this morning actually from Dutch Bird Kate with regard to that, challenging me to try and pronounce some of the Netherlands players' names. I did ask for phonetic spellings of them, but she refused to respond in that regard. There's Fernando. Donald pushing forward, did get some bat on it, and it was a good job, I think.
You see, I would challenge some of the Dutch pronunciations, certainly in the men's team, because we had Logan van Beek here, and that's how he pronounces his name, so therefore that's how his name should be pronounced.
They
But
sort of say
in Dutch,
Bake,
it's
don't
Van
they?
Beek.
Yeah.
But he's from New Zealand, and he is Van Beek.
Another ant, or was it Money Spider this time? Money Spider, I'll do. I'll have that one back. Fernando.
You've broken most of its legs, though.
Appeal for LBW, that feels like it's missing a leg or going down. I've got a great view from 4 strips away to the leg side of it, but there you go. So, you just get the feeling, don't you? The way he played
We'd
it.
have a really good view if they were playing on this one, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
Right in front of us. It'd be great.
Yeah,
We
just
wouldn't be
about
allowed
where
to-
Ben Code was.
The problem is we'd be sitting behind a sight screen.
55 for 4. Donald on 7. An iron, that is, not Alan. And Lloyd, David, on 46. That's David Lloyd, not Bumble. Fernando in. And Donald over the top of it, pushing into the offside. And Masood does the fielding. There's no run. Could do the rest of the over in the style of radio golf commentary. And a tray of lunch comes by as Donald prepares to make this putt from 6 feet at the postage stamp.
The trouble is,
Get in the hole!
you've gone so early with that. It would have been better if he'd have then raced in and bowled somebody and the roll would have gone up and you could have gone into full flow then, couldn't you? But you started a long way out.
So you just love listening to radio golf commentary.
I think golf on the radio is great.
Ian Carter, he's phenomenal. What a great reporter he is.
Absolutely.
Top draw. Great commentator and reporter. And the sandwich man makes his way across the face as Fernando's in to bowl to Donald. Oh, he turns this one away. And that one is going to hold up just by the bunker, down by the boundary edge, and they get a single. Now he could get up and down here, David Lloyd, with his next delivery.
Ian's got some good points here on this email. I'll go into one or two of them in a moment. I'm sort of reading it.
The leaderboard currently shows Derbyshire 56 for 4.
As Jonathan Deutsch entertains himself. This will be the last action before lunch, won't it?
Could be a record round though. 320 under at this stage with 6 holes to play. Fernando round the wicket. Short ball pulled by Lloyd and Dan Moriarty is going to get down and field that. And that's par from Lloyd with a single and lunch.
Derbyshire in a hopeless position, really. 57 for 4. Excellent play once again by Yorkshire. 18 to David Lloyd, and Aaron Donald is with him on 8. 2 wickets apiece for Vishwa Fernando and Ben Code in this Derbyshire second innings. Mitch Wagstaff for 0, Lewis Rees for 0, Brooke Guest for 8, and Wayne Madsen for 23. The men out, and we will return as
We shall.
the impressive figure of Mohammed Amir is on the ground because he's going to be doing some bowling here at lunchtime, having arrived back from the World Cup in the last 48 hours or so. He'll be playing for Derbyshire, hopefully at Grace Road on Saturday night, 6:30 start there, and back here against Yorkshire at 2:30 on Sunday afternoon. But that's for the future. In the immediate future, Yorkshire will need 6 more wickets for an innings victory when we withdraw our lunch break in around about 40 minutes' time.
Time received.
And it has. He's right. ISDN had disconnected. Let's have a look. I've just redialed into Derby, so hopefully it should be able to hear us back at base. I wouldn't have noticed. Who's going to bowl first? George Hill. He's going to resume the attack. People sending me messages all over the place. Georgie.
Hi. Yeah, sun's shining, so batting conditions will be vastly improved for this session.
Yeah, you know what that means.
No excuses for
Could be back tomorrow.
Derbyshire.
No excuses. Yeah.
Well, tomorrow's forecast is pretty grim. If it did get to that, I think on Carol's weather forecast this morning, 5 o'clock till about 11, it rains tomorrow. So that could put the day in jeopardy as that first ball of the session from George Hill is turned square on the leg side by David Lloyd for 2.
6 ducks in this match for Derbyshire, a new record overtaking the 5 in 2003. Thank you, Griff.
That's taking the local expression a little far, isn't it? Me duck.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Hill over the wicket. Lloyd leaves. 4 slips in place still. Fernando at long leg. He looked fairly frightening. He was just bowling a few into Tom Smith's glove as he got re-loosened following the lunch break.
Watched Mohammed Amir bowl with Derbyshire for 6 T20 matches. He was doing something which I believe is known as hitting the stumps. Which I will fit in.
Hill comes in, and is pushed back at the bowler by David Lloyd, and again no run.
Just been to get my tripod. I'm filming Mickey Arthur at the close of play. And everybody wants to know, what do you think? What do you think? Oh, no, not again. And it's very nice that people want to know what you think, but I think most people know what I think.
Here comes Hill, and Lloyd pushing out into the offside again this time, and there is no run.
Well, they bump into Cam Fletcher, who is fit again. He pulled his, I think it was a groin, against Nottinghamshire in the last of the T20s before the break, so the New Zealand batter looks like he's available again, which is good news.
Almost broke into a smile there as Hill comes in and Lloyd flicks off the legs. Fernando down at long leg does the fielding, and they pick up a single.
All those people laughing at me wearing shorts. I think they were laughing because it was cold and I was wearing shorts when it wasn't cold anyway. They might just have been laughing at my legs. They're not laughing now as they're peeling off sweaters out there. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, glorious day. Ken Code is having to shade under a tree over away to our right in his yellow jacket as Hill was in again. Final ball they overturned to the leg side, and there was no run.
Now is that Ken, or is Ken not over there?
No, that's no, you do. Yeah, that looks like Ken to me to the right.
Well,
yeah.
that's who you described as a woman earlier.
No, he was sitting in a different seat in the same area.
Yeah, but they're allowed to move.
That was definitely Ken away to our left then.
Because there's one over there. Perhaps the one who was away to our left has moved over there from the right. You think
so.
that's what's happened? Yeah. You weren't describing Ken Code as a woman then?
That's definitely Ken over there.
Okay. You sure? There you go. I'll take your word for it. Vishwa Fernando then already got a couple of wickets
Oh, it is Ken. He's now removing the yellow jacket,
which makes him,
less visible.
Kind of ironic that he
yeah.
coming and yet still.
He's removing the yellow jacket and disappearing off down the back of the...
Has, where's he gone?
He's gone to the shop that's not open when I wanted it to
I thought
be.
he'd slid down the chair. It's Fernando. He hasn't slid down the chair. Bowls to Lloyd, who clips that one away nicely for 4 runs out towards backward square leg boundary, not far from where Ken Code was sitting earlier. He'd have missed that one because he went for a sandwich. Nice shot by Lloyd.
Puffin Billy not doing a roaring trade, I have to say. I've just seen through the bins 6 people occupying seats on there. And yes, there's a gentleman in the yellow sweatshirt in the distance.
It's a
down
sweatshirt, that is it? Okay.
And you think he was the same man as was sitting in a yellow sweatshirt over here?
Yes, I think so. Slightly duller yellow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
More of a mustardy sort of...
Would be the perfect.
Okay, maybe.
Okay. Next delivery for Fernando's pushed up to Shamsud at mid-off.
Well, it's in the received pronunciation, okay.
Yeah, no, beautifully described. That was from your days working in the paint factory.
I was saying earlier, that was the
Bit of ochre white, or white as we call it. Apple white, or white.
guessing Robinson was like something.
I'm waiting for the next cut shot to be described by you.
There is Fernando in, and Lloyd leaves that one alone, fortunately, outside the off stump to go through to the keeper.
Off stump, please.
See, I don't do accents, other than the one that I've currently got.
What would you describe yours as?
A sort of generic North. Most people down here think I'm from Yorkshire, which is exceptionally insulting. But of course I've worked in Yorkshire my entire life up until 2016, so...
When you're originally from Cheshire, is that right?
I'm from the Wirral, yeah.
Whittle, so from the Whittle.
No, the Wirral. That was driven by Lloyd out to cover for 4. He's getting into his work here. David Lloyd moves on to 29.68 for 4.
Craigie square cutter, almost. Square drive, I'd say.
I've got to go and do an update. What are you talking about?
Dee-dee-dee-da-do-dum-dee-do.
Yes, they do. Ball slowly being returned to Vishwan Fernanda.
When you're from Cheshire, are you a Cheshirean or what's the...
I'm not sure. It's a good shout, I'm not sure. Fernando bowls, that one leaves Lloyd, having been starting off pretty wide or off stump. Good carry, I've got to go. I'll come back. I genuinely don't know. We're alien, I would say. But that's just part of Cheshire, of course. I had no idea why it dropped out, boys, but I'm back. That one leaves David Lloyd as he allows it to go through to the keeper. 68 for 4, 9 runs scored since lunch. But they still trail by 307 runs here at Derbyshire. Absolute. Something larger than a mountain to climb. Aaron Donald still on his lunchtime 8.
73 overs that remain today.
Big king pair. Hell bowls, wide of the off stump, allowed to go through to the keeper. .68 for 4. It remains 29. 29 or 40 deliveries for David Lloyd. Oh, Aaron Donald has a real go at that one. Who? There's a real go there, Donald, but missed the ball. Probably fortunately. Here we go with the update. Early stages of the afternoon session here, Peter. Derbyshire are 68 for 4. It means they still trail by an enormous 307. 307 more runs just to make Yorkshire back for a second time. 4 wickets lost this morning, including a couple of ducks for Wagstaff and Rees. Lloyd has 18. Donald is on 8. Yes, 29. Lloyd. Donald is on 8, and Derbyshire is 68 for 4.
Bowling, of course, and then Revis at 4th. Just having a little chin wag as George makes his way back to his mark and is bowling again. Oh, and he's beaten Donald here. There's an appeal for LBW. It was not of the usual level of decibels that suggests it's out, and no surprise, Neil Pratt says not out.
No, they didn't get overexcited there, did they?
No.
Quite right, too. Peter in Wakefield says he's also always called 2 golden ducks in the same match, a king pair. Yeah, absolutely. No, it's not a Derbyshire thing. It's just me being an idiot.
Hill to Donald, turned into the leg side, no run.
Peter in Wakefield, thank you. Always glad to have my errors pointed out. Well, not always, because that would take up the entire broadcast.
We had one of the great errors today on the socials as well from Martin Rowe,
Oh, yeah.
who complained that DT was on and he was going to leave the broadcast behind and go and listen to something else. As Hill is in and Donald pushes that one back into the onside, no run.
Listening to the wrong broadcast.
And I said, well, you know, at least you're going to complain about somebody, make sure you get the man who's on the right man on the broadcast.
It was me, was it?
I don't know, really. I'm guessing that he thought you were DT. He was moaning about DT all last weekend at Skirtle.
Never been so insulted in all my life.
He says,
That's actionable, I would think.
I was pushed into the offside by Donald to complete the over, no run. I just said, well, you know, at least make sure you're getting the right person if you're going to have a moan.
Yeah.
And he says, no longer allowed to say what I feel. Well, you can, but you just need to get your facts
Yeah,
right.
of course you can say it, yeah. If you say, I'm not listening because it's that Dave Fletcher on the broadcast, that would be perfectly accurate. Anyway. Vishwa Fernando is going to continue from the pavilion end. That glorious sunshine we had at lunchtime's now made way for more clouds, and 1 or 2 dark ones as well away to the west. I'm not sure there's any rain in the immediate forecast. In fact, there is no rain in the forecast at all as Fernando begins a new over. That one is bowled wide of the off-stump. Decent carry again, but far too wide for David Lloyd to be interested in playing a shot.
Middle wicket, not Kimmy Bailey.
I'm getting excited. It looks like Nottinghamshire are in a whole heap of trouble, which is very exciting. 81 for 7, so they've surpassed Derbyshire's first innings total, which is disappointing.
Derbyshire have yet to surpass Derbyshire's first innings total.
I'm reasonably confident they will. Fernando bowls, Lloyd cuts.
And he's gone.
And it's gone to the boundary for 4. 74 for 4. Nice shot from David Lloyd. He moves to 33. He's only faced 42 deliveries. That was his 4th 4. He's hit a 6 as well. David Lloyd.
And Yorkshire, by the way, -2 at lunch on the over rate front, so they've got a bit of something to think about there.
Yeah, they can usually sort -2 out, can't they? When it gets worse than -2, you've got problems. They'll be all right. Lloyd on 33 weights as Fernando bowls triply. Just pushes this out into the offside. Is that Jordan Thompson?
It is, making things happen.
Picks it up, then drops it and pretends to throw the ball, so a bit of fake fielding. Lloyd wasn't going anywhere. 74 for 4 it remains.
Andy Murray, by the way, not playing in the singles at Wimbledon.
No, I just heard that in the news, yeah. Yeah. He will no longer play, he won't play another game at Wimbledon. He's going to play doubles, isn't he, I think? That's cut away by Lloyd in front of square. A really nice shot from David Lloyd, who moves on to 37, 78 for 4. Soon have this deficit whittled away.
It's on.
Soon have it whittled away. So the next result that Yorkshire supporters will be looking for is Middlesex, but they need another 384. They're 82 for 2.
They've got the deficit down below 300 now, by the way, the hosts here.
It's a bit like celebrating a 150, isn't it? Pointless. Lloyd waits as Fernando is in, and that one is just turned into the leg side. Hurried him a little bit, Lloyd, there.
Or asking in a hotel if your guest is happy, and you say, well, the hot tap's not working, and they say, we'll sort it today, and then they haven't when you got back.
Still not been sorted.
No, still not been sorted.
It's funny that, because one of our colleagues in the press tent stayed in Chesterfield, which is why he hasn't had a shave, I think. Had no hot water this morning, so well, we'll fix it today, so it's not much use really, because I'm checking out now. No hot water. Does that mean you've not had a shower?
No, I haven't had a shower. The shower's been working fine.
Excellent, Fernando. That is good news. Fernando's next delivery is turned into the leg side off a leg by David Lloyd, 79 for 4.
You know, I have had a shave because I'm adaptable, so I just boil the kettle.
Poured it all over your face.
Boil and wash on my face and got a shave.
That soon kills those hairs off. It's the last ball of the over as well. That's 79 for 4. 37 to Lloyd, 8 as he was at lunchtime to Aaron Donald.
That hair. Those hairs implies that I can grow more than one.
Oh, can you not?
Facially.
I've never seen you with an I've never seen you unkempt, if I'm honest.
I know.
You're always pretty kempt.
George Hill bowling here to David Lloyd, who has flicked one away wide of Ben Code at mid-on. That's going to be 4 more. He's, tell you what, he might have 50 in his sights here, 41 not out, 83 for 4.
I'd be disappointed if he didn't.
Well, I suppose he has, not he might have, he has got 50
in his sights when he's on 40, 41.
And that's kind of ruined George's figures because he was going at bang on 3 and over from his first 3 overs. He's gone for a 4 in this one, but here he is again, and that's wide of off stump and can't tempt Lloyd into playing at this one. Doesn't feel like there's much in the way of anything happening pitch-wise. It's all been about what's been happening through the air, really, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Ben Code's getting loose. Maybe he's coming back on at this end to replace Fernando.
I think the general consensus was that this is not a 76 pitch, nor is it a 451 for 9 pitch. It's somewhere in between, but there's a lot in between.
Here's Hill. Lloyd pushes one into the offside, and Masood does the fielding, swooping in there.
Which effectively shows that Yorkshire bowled well first time around and Derbyshire batted poorly, and then Derbyshire bowled poorly and Yorkshire batted pretty well, certainly 2 of them with centuries, Tattersall and Wharton.
That just about sums it up, really.
But
we'll see you in the next match, folks.
But nothing necessarily to do with the pitch.
Here's George once again, and Lloyd pushes down into the offside, and Masood once again fielding, and there's no run.
You know what I mean? It's more to do with the disparity in talent.
Yeah. There's a fairly stiff breeze blowing east to west on this links course.
Oh, we're not going there again, are we? I'm glad you weren't around when Matt, who does the stream, said he really enjoyed your golf commentary.
Here's Hill straight down the middle, and Lloyd pushes. He's just drawn that one a little bit to the onside of straight. And there's no run.
No.
83 for 4. You can't have any fun on these broadcasts anymore, can you?
Pardon?
You can't have any fun on these broadcasts anymore, can you? Here's Hill bowling again, and Lloyd right behind this one. pushes into the onside, and there is no run to complete that over at 83 for 4 with Lloyd on 41. And on 8 at the other end is, what's his name, his partner with the bat in his hand.
No, Donald.
No, Donald.
I think we're drifting here. We're drifting. Roger Bolstridge has asked me, where do Derbyshire go from here? Out to the blast, bottom of the 18 first-class counties, the most consistent player off to the Crisp Cup. Are we putting all our eggs into the Metro Bank? Well, they're losing 2 players, Madsen and Donald, neither of whom I would put in the most consistent category. Where do they go from here? Heaven only knows. And Mr. Goodness says, well, the combined salaries, it's an interesting one, of all the coaches and backroom staff at Derbyshire cover the salaries of players like Deploy and Masood. We need to sign the best players on longer contracts and forego the coaches, as they're obviously adding nothing. As Ben Code is back into the attack, first delivery left alone by an Aaron Donald and allowed to go through to the wicket-keeper. It is an interesting one. Where do they go from here? I'll try to... Knott's 84 for 9, incidentally. I'll try to answer some of the questions when I speak to Dom Dietrich in Sports In at 6 tonight. He's live from the Pirelli Stadium, incidentally. Aaron Webster is with him. Code on his way in now. Balls, not when he's half driven.
Live from the what stadium?
The Pirelli Stadium.
Oh.
What did I say?
I don't know, I just couldn't make it out when he said it. That was my house.
He's at the Pirelli Stadium this evening when he'll be speaking to Mark Robinson, the new Burton Albion head coach. Henrik Harada, I think his name is. Apologies if that's not your correct name. Who is the sporting director, new sporting director. His code is in the bowls to Donald, who leaves this one alone outside the off stump. And presumably trying to cram in as many of the 11 signings that they've made so far this summer.
Harold Hardrada, did you say?
No, I didn't. He's been racist now. Hirada is his surname, certainly. I think it's Henrik Hirada.
Who was Harold Hardrada? Was he a king?
He was one of the Vikings.
Yeah.
One who did whatever the Vikings do, or did. Code bowls, and that's gone past the edge of an Aaron Donald's bat through to Tattersall. 83 for 4 it remains.
To explore Ben Code's record against Derbyshire, I think it's fair to say he's taken more wickets than he's scored runs against the club. He scored 1 run, in fact, today in his career against Derbyshire with the bat, and he's taken 11 wickets now. At 23.
Live counting on the radio. Ben Code had started there when Sue Redford had her arm out. She clearly had her arm out. Ben Code hadn't spotted it. Now she's put her arm down, and Ben Code is on his way in again. Bowls to Donald, who pushes this one out into the offside. And there is no run. Still raining at the Oval. It's been raining on and off at the Oval for most of these 3 days, it seems to me. Every time I look, rain. There's a fairly unpleasant looking large black cloud above us, but further behind that to the west there is blue sky. There's Code bowls, and Donald gets it comes off, I think, either his, an edge or his pads. I couldn't see clearly because I couldn't see through David Lloyd. It must have been pad because it dribbled into the ground and was stopped by Johnny Tattersall. End of the over, 83 for 4. 8 still to an Aaron Donald, so that was another maiden over. 41 to Lloyd.
Finished?
No, that's how I'm done.
Okay. Good afternoon, Howard Ray says, hi Jonathan, a very satisfying day on all fronts. Yorkshire thumping Lancashire at Barnsley in the seconds game with a brilliant 114 off 51 balls by Donovan Ferreira. Another game to come there. Our Liam's in charge, he says. Our Liam. Good to know our Liam's in charge as Hill has this latest delivery from David, as Hill has his latest delivery to David Lloyd, turned into the leg side for 4.
It's almost like being there.
The Diamonds amassed over 400 at Headingley against the Netherlands, and our boys not doing too bad at Queen's Park at the moment with, I think, an improvement in the weather forecast. I note a certain Mr. Anderson has taken the first 6 Nottinghamshire wickets just before his final test appearance at Lord's shortly.
If selected.
Hill bowling to Lloyd's, an appeal for LBW. Ooh, they cannot believe that that's not given, and I've got to say, no, they can't. They can't believe that they didn't run him out, I think, actually, because I think he might have been just out of his ground and they tried to throw the wicket down and missed.
I'm hoping that that's why they're on the ground. Otherwise, Matthew Revis at backward point and Jordan Thompson at third slip clearly thought they had a very good view of the leg before wicket because they were both apoplectic. Not quite as apoplectic as Adam Lyth, I don't think.
No, nobody ever is, to be honest.
He's still apoplectic now.
In comes Hill once again. Lloyd this time playing with the bat to Moriarty in the leg side, no run. So Howard's email goes on. I know Mr. Anson's taken the first 6 Nottinghamshire wickets, blah blah. I wonder if a short-term loan over the Pennines might appeal to him. Anderson, Code and Fisher has a ring to it.
A good description, having just seen the replay of what happened there. The ball went through to Lyth, who threw the ball at the stumps, and it went past the stumps before Lloyd got his back foot back.
Hill is in, Lloyd playing into the offside, no run.
So no wonder he was apoplectic.
Indeed. On the downside, he says, your sound quality is fairly poor, even allowing for my dodgy hearing. Cheers, Howard.
We'll go on the BBC Sport website and app, and it's perfectly fine.
Sound quality being fairly poor is probably an improvement now. That's a norm. As Code makes Hill makes his way in again. And that is punched into the offside. James Wharton with the shin pads on does the fielding mid-wicket. Dangerous position at cover even. Dangerous position, that cover.
I think it's quite remarkable that we'd actually get on air, considering we're sitting in a tent in a field.
It is, isn't it? Yeah.
With 73 ISDN boxes all joined
Expectations
together.
are high among the millions of listeners that we have. That's in comes Code. That's a Code again. What we're doing here? George Hill as David Lloyd. What was he doing?
Well, I didn't know what he was bowling before, but I'm trying to work out what Lloyd was doing there as he basically walked into the offside and just waved his bat in the very direction of the ball.
I'll tell you why I said Code, because I looked away to my left and he was making some signal with Ben down at long leg, and then at George bowled the ball within his stride. But yeah, David Lloyd was a bit like Darth Vader with a laser, wasn't he? Trying to play that one. Here is Hill bowling, and that's pushed into the offside by Lloyd, and there is no run.
That's how you do it.
So 89 for 4.
Yes, absolutely, 89 for 4, you're not wrong. And Ben Code to continue.
Or is it George Hill?
I'm not sure. I'm starting to doubt myself now.
You're David Fletcher.
Am I?
Or are you Alan Partridge?
I'm not as funny as Partridge. And Aaron Donald on strike. He's still on 8 as he was at lunch. David Lloyd has monopolised the strike. Ben Code bowls to Donald, who turns that, there we go, into the leg side for his first run of the afternoon session. He moves to 9. Derbyshire up to the heady heights of 90 for 4.
It's going to ruin Nye's career strike rate, though. He's down to a lowly 20-something at the moment.
His strike rate? Oh, in this innings?
Yeah.
I'm not sure the situation is necessarily about strike rates. 45 not out, David Lloyd on strike. Code in and bowls. Somebody pushes this out into the offside, and there is no run. Ball is fielded potentially by Matthew Revis. Derbyshire trailing by a mere 285, which is ironic because Henry next to me is looking at pictures of Amir, who was bowling at lunchtime, Mohammed Amir. He was doing something that was very bizarre, bowling at the stumps and hitting them. I'm not sure he'll fit in at Derbyshire as Code is in bowls. And that one is just tended to the leg side by David Lloyd. So ready to make his debut for Derbyshire on Saturday evening. On the 80th, it's an 80s night. Leicestershire are having an 80s night, and Derbyshire are playing then, which means I've got to be there at the 80s night.
Well, I can imagine the joy on the commentary from both yourself and Richard Ray with that in mind.
Well, you can have double commentaries. You can have one in each year if you want. This one is defended by Lloyd, back to Code. We've got Marie Kelly with us, myself, Chris Coles and Marie Kelly bringing you the game from Grace Road, from 6-ish.
As opposed to Kelly Marie.
As opposed to Kelly Marie. Then on Sunday, Tom Wood back with us here at Chesterfield, along with Dominic Dietrich. BBC Radio Derby.
Any relation?
To Marlane. This one just keeps a little bit low, pushed out into the offside, and there is no run. I don't think so, unless she was born in Derbyshire, which I don't think she was. 90 for 4. 45 to Lloyd. And you can hear tapping his bat on the crease. Code is in once again. Lloyd turns it into the leg side up towards Fernando, fielding it a wide-ish mid-on. Another maiden over. No, one off the first ball. Nonsense. 90 for 4. I assume that's who you were referring to.
Yeah.
I would say not, but I don't know. Never asked him. He's a Derby lad. Dom. Big interview yesterday with David Clowes, the Derby County owner, available via BBC Sounds. I listened to it on the way up this morning. Very good.
George Hill at the leg end, bowling to Aaron Donald, who plays with a straight blade there to Vishwa Fernando in the onside no run. Yorkshire coaching staff, Tom Smith and Alistair Maiden, make their way from right to left in front of our commentary position. Ken Code's not going to do that. He's decided he's walking off around the back. I'd noticed he's slipped out the back. Yellow coat and all.
Oh, yeah.
George Hill running roughly towards us to Donald, who gets an inside contact on this one. He's pushing through the offside. Vishwa Fernando fields it in the onside.
He almost looks like a steward, doesn't he, in that coat?
So we've done golf.
Well, we haven't.
We've not done rugby league yet.
Oh, no.
And Hill in and Donald. Couldn't tell you what went on there because Finlay Bean was blocking out the entire delivery, but it felt like it was not too far off being a wicket. Did he get some bat on it, Fletch? No, you can't tell.
Can't tell. Can't tell.
It's the benefit of being at a high vantage point for these commentaries. We must get lower.
I'm not sure we could get much lower without lying on our stomachs. And if we did that, I'd never get back up.
Hill in again. And I think he left that, but Finlay Bean got up at the wrong moment. And so
He left it on length, which is always a slight danger on day 3.
I could commentate on Finlay Bean's back, which is reasonably broad-shouldered. Has his name on it, and number 33. If you could just stay there next to Johnny Tattersall, that'd be handy, Finlay, if you don't mind.
Would be better, wouldn't it?
He's right. As the Hill comes in, and Finlay Bean's backside is just above the stump height, but the ball nearly went below stump height there, and Aaron Donald is looking around at the slip cord and saying, how on earth did that go by my stumps without hitting them?
Not a good sign for the Derbyshire batters, especially as he'd left the previous one on length. I'd stop doing that now.
he's on 9 Donald, including 1-4. And Hill comes in and bowls to him again. He turns this one to leg. And there is no run, so 90 for 4 at the end of 28. Spirited, battling.
Well, at least they're showing some
Conference.
character. Yeah. Almost to the point of digging in.
They call it the grunt in rugby league, don't they?
Come from the 6.
They could do show jumping. What about that?
No.
Oh, tally-ho. Remember Raymond Brooks
I
Ward?
do remember Raymond Brooks Ward, yeah. Lucinda Pryor Palmer. Here comes Ben Coward again, bowling to David Lloyd, who defends the first ball straight back to the bowler.
Yeah, and that's 4 faults. That's a strange double barrel name, but used to get regularly mentioned during commentaries. And at the end, after Raymond Brooks Ward or Dorian Williams had done their commentary, and Harvey Smith was making his way out on Sanyo Sanmar or Sanyo Video or Sanyo something else,
The Sanyo still...
you could hear the PA announcer in the background in that cut glass accent saying, "That's 4 faults there, 4 for Harvey Smith on Sanyo Sanmar."
Code bowls to Lloyd, who leaves it alone outside the off stump.
It was good, wasn't it, in them days, show jumping?
Well, it wasn't good then, and it's not much good now either for me, but... Nottingham's just still hanging in there. The 9 down at Southport. Former Derbyshire man Ben Slater, who was mentioned earlier, plays for Chesterfield of this parish, of course. Big Chesterfield FC fan. As Code bowls to Lloyd, turns into the leg side, no run, fielded there by Wharton. Is 47 not out. He opened the batting, so he could be carrying his bat for less than 50, which would be impressive. He's currently in the middle with Dane Patterson, who's got 1 off 14 balls. Is it 60% of Nottinghamshire's boundaries, Ben Slater? Fortunately, it's 6 out of 10, which made it slightly easier for me. This next delivery, I assume it was left alone. I can't see through an Aaron Donald. It goes through to the keeper. Wide of the off stump again. 90 for 4 it remains. The game was virtually ground to a halt here at Queen's Park. Not an awful lot happening. Derby County about to announce a second signing for the day. On that there X, as Code comes in. 90 for 4, bowls to Lloyd, who defends it up to Vishwa Fernanda. There is no run.
You missed out the brackets formerly known as Twitter close brackets.
I think we can probably stop doing that now, can't we?
It still seems to be mentioned a lot in news reports.
Oh, it does, I know, yeah, you're absolutely right. I don't really know how long, when you go into a shop and buy Snickers brackets, formerly known as marathon brackets, when do you stop calling something by its original name? And
Never, I still call it marathon.
Code balls to Lloyd, who defends this one. Just to the onside of the stumps at the non-strikers end as another maiden over is completed. 90 for 4 it remains.
I think I was That's the marathon.
Why are you showing me that?
Graham Hardcastle on his phone over there tells a great story at lunchtime. In a school game, he was, he took 12 for 3, I think he said, bowled the opposition out for 32. The 3, by the way, he insists was not off the bat, it was a leg byes that the umpire gave again. So he had 12 for none, really, in a school game. Bowled the opposition out for 32, and then he went in and hit 3, count them, 3 sixes early doors in the innings. So already, I think that means over halfway towards getting the runs that they needed to win this school match. As Hill bowls, and Donald punches one to Masood and misfields. Shock horror, and they get a single. So he hit these 3 sixes,
Yeah.
and then he inside edged one onto his pad. It was a massive thud.
Given out, wasn't it?
And nobody in appeal, and the opposition school umpire put his finger up. And as he walked past the umpire on his way off, he said, "Sorry lad, I just had to give you," and they lost the match. Can you believe that? As Hill is in, and that's punched back down the ground by Lloyd, and that is 4 runs. From the moment it went past George in his follow-through, Fernando reading that one in. There's a little bit of poetic license in that story, but not a lot.
Really?
He didn't really get 12 wickets, but I think he can say he got 7.
Yeah, I'm trying to work out how he got 12 for 3. I have to say, I'm confused.
2 innings match.
Yes, because we often used to play 2 innings matches at school.
Hill in again, and Lloyd, trying to flick this one off the hip. Good leaping take by Jonathan Tattersall. No run.
Yes, 1 away from this mythical 50.
Yes. When was the last time a Derbyshire player got one of those? In the last match?
Lewis
Rees got
century
100
at
minutes.
Middlesex,
Just checking you on.
And Zach Chappell got a
Again.
50 as well in the first innings. Was it the second?
Hill in again. Lloyd working one back with a square leg, and that will be a half century to David Lloyd. And warm applause from the home support who are clinging on to Derbyshire hopes here. 49 turns into 50 off 73, including 8 fours and a 6. And it took him 87 minutes of batting to get there. Well played, sir.
Third of the season.
Leading the Derbyshire rear guard here. Stiff upper lip and all of that.
It's the half-century standards one between these two.
George Hill bowling to him again, and that's punched into the offside. James Wharton waits and waits, and the ball eventually arrives within his grasp.
If these two carry on batting together like they are, they'll
Could be here until...
Well, no, I was just thinking Nick Webb will probably start tweeting about them. He tends to grasp anything Welsh. Did you have a 2:30?
Oh, yes, I did.
5 minutes ago.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yours.
It's that one. He tries to turn it into the leg side. David Lloyd, it hits the pad, bounces into the offside. That completes the over. 7 runs from it. And Derbyshire are 97 for 4 now. They're still an awful long way behind, but at least showing some fight here. They trail by 278 runs as Jordan Thompson windmills his arms on his way to fielding in the slip cordon at the far end of the ground. Jerry Yates is the latest striker to join Derby County from Swansea City on a season-long loan. He's a former Rotherham man, of course, Yates. So the 2 signings who were rumoured to be joining have both joined. 97 for 4 here. And Ben Coward is on his way in to bowl to an Aaron Donald. And a strike, so he's gone through him and he's bowled him off stump, leaning back. And an Aaron Donald goes for 10. And the 5th Derbyshire wicket has fallen. They are 97 for 5 now as Donald is dismissed off stump, leaning back, and his reasonably lengthy vigil, 39 deliveries, has come to an end. You can't help thinking that it wasn't really his kind of thing. I don't want to be disparaging about an Aaron who's been terrific when on the attack. And he walks back in as out comes Ross Whiteley on his way in.
Good afternoon, everyone.
97 for 5. Ross Whiteley in the first innings. Incidentally, Derbyshire is still miles behind. They're 278 runs behind. That wicket falling in the 31st over. Ross Whiteley will be facing now. Made see one of the ducks in the first innings, Ross Whiteley. He was the 6-ball duck who was caught by Jordan Thompson off the bowling of Vishwa Fernando. 97 for 5. So 5 more deliveries of codes over to go. dodgy Bob on the button there with his latest report for
BBC Radio Sheffield and Leeds.
and York.
Yeah, and that as well. Those, them, the, as well.
Aye. 97 for 5. 278 behind. In goes Ben Coates, the new batter, Ross Whiteley, who squirts this one down the third man, just to the left of a diving Jordan Thompson, and he's off the mark with the boundary. A slightly fortuitous one, but it brings up the Derbyshire 100. Yeah, quite. 101 for 5. The deficit down below 275 now. 274. As Pat Brown walks past, then thinks again because he'd been walking right behind the bowler. Well done, Pat.
You get him on commentary.
No. Code bowls, and that's defended by Whiteley.
Okay.
Sun out again at Chesterfield. Glorious afternoon. Beautiful. Too hot, if anything. Stephen tucking into the biscuits. And Code on his way in to bowl to Ross Whiteley, who this time defends it into the onside. And there's no room.
Got to say, that was a beaut, wasn't it, from Code to Bell Donald. Angled in towards middle stump, held its line, nipped off.
I'll take your word for that. I haven't seen a replay of it, and clearly I couldn't see what was going on here. But yeah, you're absolutely right. It looked a good ball. It's not really Donald's game, hanging around and not scoring. Only added 2 to his lunchtime score. Whiteley struck on the pad, trying to turn it into the leg side, and there's no run. Ben Slater inching towards a half century for not, so we're now 91 for 9. Jimmy Anderson, 15 overs and 4 balls, 7 for 31. He's bowling at one end and Nathan Lyons bowling at the other. That hardly seems fair. 2 of the highest wicket takers in Test history. It's Code bowls, and Whiteley trying to leave this one. It actually hits the bat and goes down to point. It's the end of the over. 101 for 5, a successful over with the wicket of an Aaron Donald in it. 4 to Whiteley, 51 to Lloyd. Derbyshire, well, they still trail by millions, absolutely millions. 274.
Mighty Mariners says Northern Diamonds batted first against the Netherlands, scored 4-1-3 for 9. Marlowe 97, Burns 113, not out. Thank you, Mighty. Or should I call you Mariners? Jordan Thompson, we'll call him that for now, but if he gets a wicket here, Alan Evans will end up calling him the man that makes things happen.
I would be surprised if he didn't.
He is coming in a minute from the lake end of the ground. And he's going to be bowling here to David Lloyd. Oh, good delivery first up. There's an appeal for LBW, not given. Can't tell you much more about it because Finley Bean's backside has moved 2 to the right, and now it's George Hills in front of me. And George is, if anything, slightly taller than Finley, so he's obscuring even more of the light from the lake end of the ground.
He almost needs planning permission to stand there.
Absolutely, he could not be any more in line than he
I
is.
can just see the bat tapping, but it's between his legs.
It's Lloyd, and he's pushing forward into the offside, just in front of square. Nicely pushed, and James Wharton will go and retrieve it from just this side of the covers, which it dropped on. So he'll give it a wipe. So 4 off Tomo there, 105 for 5. Yeah, you're right. So George, he got into position there. He crouched. I can see about the bottom 6 inches of the stumps. I can see the back foot of David Lloyd, and that's it. I can't actually see the bat. Here is Thompson, and that is worked into the leg side, I think, by Lloyd. Yep, that looks like the leg side where Dan Moriarty's fielding. 1 run. You know those see-through sight screens. I mean, we could do with George.
See-through players.
Don't, yeah. You know, keep it in the family and have a see-through player.
Yeah.
If you know what I'm saying, Kev. As in comes Jordan Thompson over the wicket. It's turned into the leg side, and Moriarty moves in and fields.
Sounds like somebody's doing a zip.
It sounded like the blow-up dolls on that only Fools and Horses episode, didn't it?
Effects microphone rubbing against the flap of the roof of the tent.
Meanwhile, Thompson bowling to Lloyd, turns it into the onside, and Fernando this time fielding to the strains of Puffing Billy.
Matt does this, works the stream on the balcony of the pavilion. Said we could hear something funny in the on the commentary. It's just so that'll be the effects microphone.
What the either of us?
No, absolutely. So you might have had a couple of impressions, but you'd never guess who they were.
There's Thompson in again. Lloyd is the subject of another appeal, but it felt like, even from this angle, it might have been going down leg, and that's without being able to see what happened. And there is 105 for 5 at the end of the over. I think we need probably a, you know, the tune that used to be on the Hovis adverts, you know.
Yes.
For this one, C.W. Cranmer says,
The New World Symphony.
talking to my friend, 97-year-old friend last night, he recalled a match of Yorkshire versus Derbyshire at Bradford Park Avenue in the late 1920s, when Derbyshire were dismissed for 70 plus. Yorkshire farmed the bowling. Then Derbyshire batted out the second innings with one player getting a double ton. Deja vu.
All over again. Well, David Lloyd has a triple century to his name. I know, because I saw it. He was playing for Glamorgan. Code bowls to Whiteley, who leaves this one alone outside the off stump. Goes through to Tattersall. So that must have been 2 years ago now. David Lloyd's triple. Ben Slater has got to his half century, which is excellent news for him. 52 out of Nottinghamshire's 95 for 9. Code on his way in around the wicket to bowl to Whiteley, who struck on the pad. Big appeal, but that was surely going down leg side.
It was Ram going down to a bakery.
It would be better if Ross Whiteley was batting at this end, wouldn't it? Because then we could see the stumps at least, because the slips would be on the other side.
Ross Whiteley.
Yes, Ross Whiteley. Oh, it could be strength. Henry being taught how to take photographs by David Griffin.
Should have a photograph of that, shouldn't we?
Yeah. Here comes Code and balls. That's, a leading edge, and he got his hand to it, I think, Jordan Thompson. And they're going to get just a single for that. He did get his hand to it, didn't he?
I don't know, I was watching the photographers, to be honest with you. But
It looked like he got his hand to it. He was squared up. Moves on to 5, 106 for 5. Oh, he's letting him have a go.
he's letting him get hold of his
Yeah,
lens.
he's letting him have a go. That's interesting. I've never had a go. I don't want to go. 106 for 5. Keep my wits about me. It's 15 minutes till my next update, but I'm one of those days when you miss things. It's Code bowls to Lloyd, who clips that nicely square on the leg side. They've run one. They're thinking about coming back for the second. In fact, they'll get comfortably back for the second. Dan Moriarty made an absolute meal of fielding that.
I think you'll find on my updates for yesterday list, there's a cross against the 2:30 Sheffield because
Yeah.
they forgot me. So if I was 3 minutes late today,
I
then
think that's perfectly
I think
fine.
it's absolutely
absolutely
acceptable.
fine. Yeah.
On count back, I'm still in front there, I think, because I actually did an update.
I think 3 minutes late is almost, it's the new on time, isn't it, really? It's Code. Lloyd on to 57. Turns that one into the leg side. And there is no run.
count back. I've hated that word since I was a good delivery. He's on it once again here. Great timing back from Yorkshire's point of view. Ben Code only got the 1 wicket in the first innings, but that was definitely not due reward for how he bowled, and he's picking him up in the second instead. That's the way it goes. And I reckon he's got 4 against his name now. I'm counting them back in the book, and I'm right. He's got 4 against his name.
See what he did there. Nice hand for David Lloyd. He provided some resistance. Shakes his head as he leaves the field. He'll be disappointed, but in the context of what's happened here, that is a decent enough innings from the Derbyshire skipper. It's 57, coming on for 84 deliveries with 9 fours and a 6. Alex Thompson, who was in the media box earlier today. 32.5. No, it is making some strange noises. The ex-microphone.
Yeah, it's a bit almost like, you know, when you've blown up a balloon.
Yes,
somebody rubs their fingers over it. It's
like.
that sort of a sound, isn't it?
I apologise if I'm going to have to stop it doing that, though. That's ridiculous.
Oh, it's a bit like sweep. And that wasn't with a cricket shot in mind. Sutty's going to sort sweep out here.
Just going to move it dodgy.
The sound of Velcro. So Jordan Thompson, he's trying to get in on the wicket-taking act. 4 in the first innings, none so far in the second. 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 16. Ben Code now 4 for 17 from 12 overs and 5 maidens. Fernando 2 for 48 from 8, and George Hill none for 26 from 7. And here is Thompson in and bowling to Whiteley, who pushes, taking one hand off the bat. It was slightly airy-fairy into the offside, but he's got away with it and picked up 2. Sun shining brightly now, with still some fairly leaden, cloudy sky above as well. Must be a break in the cloud somewhere. Oh, there's a bit of blue away to the left and a bit of blue away to the right. Jordan Thompson in front of us, coming in past Neil Pratt. Whiteley, the left-hander, leaves, and there is no run. Yorkshire, I should say, will have a fair degree of confidence that they might be able to take 4 more wickets in the 60 overs and more that remain today.
You'd think they'd be hopeful. If they don't take them today, if it doesn't chuck it down all day tomorrow, they'll have some time tomorrow, they'll do it today. I would expect.
Thompson turns and making his way in again. Whiteley, cut in 2 by this one. Hits him somewhere and makes his way away to Rabbits. If Derbyshire could possibly have, I don't care whether they bat right-handed or left-handed normally, but if they could possibly all bat left-handed when they come out, I can actually see what's going on here because I'm not obscured by the slips. That's rather marvellous, really. Thompson, all the 4s on his back. Ross Whiteley, the same. And in he comes. Oh, Whiteley playing across one slightly, and he's got a thick outside edge along the deck. James Walton, gazelle-like, nearly loses his footing in trying to pick the ball up. But does the job and they get 2.
It was a bizarre piece of fielding, wasn't it? As he bent down, he thought, I haven't got there yet. So he sort of walked in a squatting position. Bizarre.
112 for 6. And the Yorkies closing in on an innings success. Back to back for the first time since 2015. In comes JT once again. Whiteley's missed this one. There's an appeal for LBW not given. I'm afraid not, says Neil Pratt. I've got a meal booked in for 6:30. Let's just get a little bit closer to that. Don't want to kill too long before. Oh.
It's a lot of dinner drinks, isn't it, to squeeze in?
Yeah.
You've got to make them last.
What do you do with your day off normally when Derbyshire have lost inside 3 days?
Well, the irony is that they tend not to.
Thompson in. Ooh, Whiteley pushes into the offside. No run. End of the over. 1-1, 2 for 6. They don't. Okay.
No, they do. I genuinely tend
They
not
string out
to.
the agony.
Yes. Yeah. Death by 1,000 cuts. So you know they're going to lose. But they take a long time to do it. Whereas this one, well, we've sort of known since lunch on day 1 that they were going to lose. And sure enough, they are still going to lose. It's just a matter of when. Because they trail by 263. And Alex Thompson to face his first delivery at 112 for 6. Ross Whiteley with 9 from 13 deliveries at the other end. 14 deliveries. Code just been held up by Thompson without a P, marking his guard. Jeff Miller's on the phone now. Another booking for Jeff. As Code is in and bowls to Thompson down the leg side. Nice take by Tattersall to pulling away to his left. A little bit wayward to begin with by Code.
I saw Dusty speak at Scarborough last year, didn't I? I've heard his after-dinner speech a few times now. I can tell you that first bit.
Well, I don't think he's changed it much over the years.
No, not even the slightest tweak. I mean, you know, if
Well,
it ain't broke.
yeah, people pay good money for it. Code bowls, Thompson defends up towards Shan Masood, and there's no run.
It's something like I walked in the dressing room.
I've never heard him.
All right.
No, I've never heard him.
I just remember the word of his opening stanza was more or less to the effect of, I play for Derbyshire, I play for England. I can't understand it because I was, and it rhymes with height.
Oh, okay.
And everybody falls well laughing usually, to be fair.
Code into Thompson. That one's down the leg side again. He tries to get a little flick on it, but misses. Nicely taken again by Tattersall. Just lost his line momentarily with Jeff. Jeff Cope. So I know Jeff Moore from my time covering Halifax Town. He was a regular at home matches at the Shea. Thompson with 3 slips and a gully in place for this next delivery from Ben Code, and he's guided it in between the point and the gully for a couple of runs, although Ross Whiteley just slips. And completing the first of those 2, gets back comfortably enough in the end. Thompson off the mark, Derbyshire 114 for 6.
Meanwhile, at Leicester, Middlesex have lost the 3rd wicket. Still need 359 to win.
Code is in, and that one is left alone outside the off stump by Thompson to go through to the keeper. So that came at Southport. That's fascinating because there's still 9 down. They've gone past into 3 figures now, 117 for 9 with Slater and Patterson batting. Patterson had 8 runs the last time I looked, and 6 of them were from one blow. He's not going to hang about, is he?
No. Meanwhile, Sussex have moved on to 151 points, so there'll be no celebration there.
No. The players just wander around the boundary raising their bats. Thompson pushes that delivery from Code out into the offside. It was the final ball of the over, 114 for 6. 2 to Thompson, 9 to Ross Whiteley. I'm sure there'll be plenty of celebrations. Adrian Harms, he won't enjoy going around all the First Division grounds next season, will he? It's not as much fun as the Div 2 experience. I'll have to go to Trent Bridge for a start.
How on earth would you know what the Division 1 experience is like?
Because I've worked with a number of the people who currently work in the First Division. I'm looking forward to seeing Yorkshire return there, for obvious reasons.
Thompson to Whiteley. Pulls this one, or flicks this one away into the leg side. Moriarty fields, no run. Going to say you can't be speaking from first-hand experience.
No, never claimed to.
You can get in your digs, your correspondence to @FletchSport or Sporting Lives 1 or BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com or
Whatever the other one was.
yep. Here's Thompson to Whiteley, solidly behind this one, pushing back to the bowler, who does a couple of keepy-uppies, no run. So an interesting thing this morning on breakfast about Parkinson's and playing walking football, which is the Tomo keepy-uppie there reminded me, because there was a chap who did, I think he's got Parkinson's, and he has the usual sort of Parkinson's struggles, but did the London Marathon doing keepy-uppie. And he was, yeah, absolutely unbelievable. Here's Thompson in, and Ross Whiteley running this down through third man, and Revis gives chase. Comes back for 2, Ross Whiteley. Takes him to 11, the score to 116 for 6. But actually, apparently playing walking football, because that's engaging the brain in having to kick something with some accuracy to somebody else and thinking about where you're going to be positioned and all that.
Blocks it down.
And then back to the same struggles once the final whistle's blown. It's on, but how the brain works.
Yeah, it's quite.
Thompson coming in to Whiteley, who shoulders arms to this delivery. Puffin Billy, he's going to need to go. Is there a local coal mine that's still open? Because they must be shoveling some on. He's gone round there so many times.
Just look at this. A photographer just arrived at the ground with Derbyshire 6 down and hurtling towards defeat. It's hardly worth his while coming, is it? Has he been struggling to find the ground? Driving round and round Chesterfield for 2.5 days, trying to find Queen's Park.
Here comes Thompson again. Whiteley once more behind this. Pushes back to the bowler, no run.
Told him just look for the floodlights. Guide you in. Splendid.
He's been queuing. When I was on Radio York at 12:45, they've been talking about queuing.
Oh, yeah.
And I was asked if I'd ever queued for anything.
Ever? Yeah, what's your favourite biscuit? Queued.
Thompson in, Whiteley drops into the leg side, and there is no run.
In fact, the people usually make way as soon as I arrive. Just wave me through. I'm going to have to nip.
Indeed. Right, Fletcher's here, move over. So 4 wickets between Yorkshire and an innings victory. And they're chipping away. Doing very nicely indeed. Wickets to have fallen so far, Mitch.
So, another update coming up. Derbyshire 4 wickets away from an innings defeat by definition. Yorkshire 4 wickets away from an innings victory. Thompson waits and plays the ball back slightly aerially to Ben Code. Gets his hand down to his right and stops the ball. 116 for 6. Code. It evolves to Thompson. That's down the leg side. What a take that is by Tattersall. One-handed, diving away to his left-hand side. That's a terrific take. Nothing changes the scoreboard. Here comes Cardigan, that's left alone outside. The off stump update coming up. Derbyshire 116 for 6 in their second innings here, Peter. They're still trailing by 259, and Aaron Donald for 10 and David Lloyd for 57, at least showing some resistance. He hit 9 fours and 1 6 in that innings. They're the 2 men out since lunch. At the moment, Thompson has 11 and Whiteley 2, and Derbyshire are 116 for 6. Or the other way around.
Whiteley just has a little fiddle faff with the gloves. A few of the suits are out to our right, in front of the marquee, having enjoyed the hospitality. And Code makes his way in again, past umpire Sue Redfern. Bowls, good delivery here, there's a big appeal. Yep, no great surprise that is the end of Alex Thompson, trapped LBW, and that is a 5 for Ben Code. Excellent effort from him as Derbyshire are reduced to 116 for the loss of 7 wickets. Code, well, getting on into his 30s now, 31 years of age almost, and he's taken 273 first-class wickets, and that is his 12th 5-wicket haul in an innings.
Yeah, it looked out, didn't it? I think it's fair to say Alex Thompson did everything he could to persuade Sue Redfern not to raise their finger, but it was ultimately in vain as he troops back to the pavilion, and we're going to see Zach Chappell, and it's Sam Connors and Darren Dupavillon, and then that's that. And Derbyshire are about to lose by an innings for the 289th time in their history, and the 45th time to Yorkshire.
And Yorkshire win by an innings for the 431st time.
Yes, I'll write that down as well. This is all grist to the mill, isn't it? When I turn up at the Pie Riley Stadium a little bit later on Sports Scene at 6.
Not bad, is it? 5 for 19 from 13 overs and 5 balls.
Yeah, it was decent. Yeah, it was decent. 3 for 10 since in this spell. 6 overs and 5 balls. He's just shown the ball to, I presume, his father. Showed it all the way to our left, and as he's disappeared from our view, I think it may well be that he's just shown the ball for his, to celebrate his 5 for to his dad. It's a nice touch.
Yep, so Zach Chappell. Oh, he's had a good long look at the scoreboard, the leg side boundary there before he receives his first delivery. Where might this be going? Code coming in again. Oh, he's got him, has he, first ball? Yes, he has. He's nicked it through to Johnny Tattersall. Ben Code with 6 for and on a hat-trick. And Derbyshire on the brink at 116 for 8.
Well, he might have been eyeing the leg side, but he just played an indeterminate prod forward, really. A straightforward catch for Johnny Tattersall, and as you say, Code on a hat-trick. Another duck to add to the burgeoning collection. The second first baller of this innings, and Aaron Donald was out first ball in the first innings. We had 3 first ballers, Derbyshire, and that isn't great, is it? Really, from their perspective. 117 for 8, 259 behind.
116, please don't exaggerate.
Sorry, yes, no, I've added a run on. Yeah, I've added a run on. Actually, yeah.
That was the last ball of the over.
Oh dear. That means you've got to remember now. Are you about to do that?
I'll try.
It's never easy, is
No.
it? Hat-trick ball on the first ball of an over. Of course,
Might I get that?
2 wickets in this over, and it's the job done. So 2 wickets away from victory, Yorkshire. And we're going to see, for the first time in this innings, Dan Moriarty bowling from the... Are they worried about that? It's only -1. They'll be all right. There we go. Changes confirming what we already knew. Dan Moriarty is coming on to bowl from the Lake End. sorting his field out, people running hither and yon. One slip is Adam Lythe, short leg, James Wharton. Catches on both on and off sides. Ben Coder sort of on the 45 on the leg side. Moriarty bowls down the leg side, horrible.
6 for 19 off 14 overs and 6 maidens now. Ben Coder was a wicket maiden. A double wicket maiden, should say.
He opened with a wicket maiden, didn't he?
And his average, I'll be delighted about this, is now down to 19.92.
Well, that is good. Yeah, that is good. That one's down the leg side as well. Moriarty just struggling to find his line to the left-handed Ross Whiteley, who's got 11. Derbyshire 116 for 8. Moriarty bowls. There we go. He struck him in the pad. Big appeal. Not out. But it certainly wasn't height. I think we can safely say that, even from our vantage point.
I think Neil Pratt might be a Ben Code sympathist.
Yes. Yes, the last thing you want is to see, well, not the last thing you want is to see Dan Moriarty get 2 wickets now and deny Ben Code the opportunity to take a hat-trick. Moriarty bowls again. That's defended by Whiteley. Picked up. In the offside, that's the onside by Finlay Bean. That's Moriarty bowls. This has been launched into the leg side. I have no idea where it's gone, and neither has the man on the mid-wicket boundary. It's gone for 6, I fancy. No, 4. Did you see where it had gone?
Yeah, just one bouncing into the chairs.
I couldn't see it at all, and the man on the mid-wicket boundary, there is George Hill, just put his hands out. No idea where that one was. Whiteley moves on to 15, 120 for 8. That one keeps a little bit low. It's defended by Ross Whiteley. And here is the hat-trick ball. 120 for 8, then 15 to Ross Whiteley. And Sam Connors, who is the new batter, is yet to get off the mark, and he's going to face his first ball from Ben Code, a fired up and very much in form Ben Code. I might not have to do any more updates at this rate.
I'm fairly warm favourite for that. 4:30, my next one.
I think that's gone.
The bookies are taking no offers on Lloyd. You're doing another update today.
I think that, well, how many have you done then? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You've done 6 in total, but two of them are recorded.
Yep.
Nice.
We'll have to do a quick recording for the 4:30. So Connors waits, and Code on a hat-trick. 3, 4 slips. Leg going. Oh, big appeal for LBW. Oh, not given. She was straight away on the negative head shake, wasn't she, Sue Redfern?
What was wrong with that?
I dare you, it certainly looked pretty adjacent from this distance. But we are 4 strips away to the leg side of where Sam Connors attempted to play the shot.
I've just seen a replay.
Is that plumb?
There's nothing wrong with that. From my vantage point of that replay, we'll give you a little view of it here, Dodgy. Can you pause that?
Because Code's coming in to try and make it 3 and 4. Connors pushes into the... Oh, he's got a 4 here through the offside, just pushing forward. Just looking at the replay. Oh, what? There's nothing. That's out, isn't it?
Well,
that's a hat-trick that's been denied.
There's not much wrong with it.
No.
The step is the only thing that could have saved him.
It's missing...
It's missing leg.
Yeah.
It's missing middle.
And it's hitting leg. No, anyway, look, it looked out. Code is in, and Connors pushes into the offside. And having survived somehow, inexplicably, only one person knows why that was not given. They've got a single as well, and a 4, both to Connors. So Ben Code proving expensive now. He's gone round the park for 24.
Alan, you can't hear me. Alan.
Well, you lads can't believe it's not given. No?
It looked out to me.
I think we're all saying every time
It
we
can
see
only
that.
be the steps that have put the down to the umpire's mind.
Here comes Code, and that
there you
one's
go.
been smashed away over his head for 6. Ross Whiteley, he's not hanging about now. He wants to rub off this 250-odd deficit and get Yorkshire to bat again.
Yes. This is what Ross Whiteley does, of course.
Yep. Well, as Yorkshire well know. Remember,
That's what he does.
remember a white ball game a few years ago?
Do you? Well done. What happened?
6 sixes.
Of course, yes, of course. I don't want to bring that up.
131 for 8. Code. The ball here to Whiteley. Ooh, chops down on one, which didn't look like it bounced quite as much, and I think Ben Code also pushed it further up the pitch. It's absolutely decimated Ben Code's figures, the 11 off this over so far. And he's now gone for 30. 5 balls into his 15th over. Conway Ray has been pushed above 2 for the first time. Whiteley on 21. Code round the wicket to him. He goes back foot and punches into the onside, and Wharton fields to complete that over at 131 for 8. 244 to get Yorkshire to bat again.
In his only previous first-class match this season for Derbyshire, which was his first-class match for Derbyshire since 2013, he scored 50 in the first innings against Northamptonshire and then a duck in the second. He got a duck in the first innings here. Will he turn that around? Probably not, but you never know. It wouldn't take him too long to do so, certainly. Moriarty is going to continue from the Lake, and he'll be bowling initially to Sam Connors, who has got a big hit in him. Beautiful sunshine now at Queen's Park. It's Moriarty. He's in around the wicket, bowls to Connors. Rather jabs at that one in defence. Pushes it back to the bowler. 31 for 8 it remains. Here comes Moriarty once again, and Connors has tried to do something with that, flick it into the leg side. He's got it into the leg side. It was all the way along the ground. I don't think he had any intention of playing that along the ground. It was more by good luck than good management. It didn't go to the Sham Masood or Fernando who are out there, and this one is clipped away. That's nicely done by Sam Connors out towards the mid-wicket boundary. Picks up another single, moves to 6, 132 for 8. Can Ross Whiteley stick one in the pond, Lake?
Yeah, that LBW can't help thinking, as Blackadder said, it's the greatest miscarriage of justice since Judas Iscariot won the AD 33 Disciple of the Year award.
I mean, I'll say no more, but it looked out. Moriarty is in. Whiteley defends into the onside beam fields. 132 for 8 it remains. 21 to Ross Whiteley from 30 deliveries. His 31st is smashed down the ground, and there are people taking cover in the distance as that one goes all the way for 6. I'm not sure whether turning your back and holding your head is necessarily going to help you. They found the ball quite quickly on this occasion. That's his second 6. He moves on to 27, 138 for 8.
There's one of those cellophane.
Yes, saw it go past.
Paper A4 paper thingies.
That's the one.
Covers.
Indeed.
Posh people have in their
Yeah.
ring binders.
Yeah.
Blowing across the ground.
Covering autographs usually in cricket grounds. He's gone again, Whiteley, and he's got 6 more, I fancy. Out towards Cow Corner, this one, and it is 6 more. That one's gone in the dip, but there's somebody pointing to it, so they'll get that one back. Back-to-back 6s to end the over for Ross Whiteley. A bit of defiance. 33 not out. He is 144 for 8. Derbyshire are.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that it's not really offering much in the way of turn.
No.
And when you bring a spinner on to try and speed up the over rate, and then he goes out of the park and you've got to go find the ball, it's not really speeding up the over rate.
They're only on -1, aren't they? So that won't make any effect, really. They'll get it's a 24 point to this, isn't it? Maybe 24.
Could be, yeah, if they
get
if they
win,
yeah.
yeah. I mean, I think we can take that for granted, can't we?
Can you hear the drums back on at the pavilion end then to replace Ben Code?
You're going to have to read the rest of the lyrics to that song, aren't you? Throw it.
Fletch just going through the floor here at the Chesterfield press marquee.
Should be a sinkhole.
Fernando.
Gary Charlesworth now walking around the boundary with Ryan Duckett, the chief executive.
Is he going to fetch the ball? Yeah, can see him. Recognise that head anywhere. As
I think he'd wear a hat in this, someone.
he would. Fernando, left arm over to try and finish it. Of course, had a particularly rather good first innings with 5 for 30. And he has 2 more in this innings. Can't get a 10-wicket match then. With only 2 to take. Here he is bowling. Oh, it's a big appeal for LBW again here, swinging right across one. And we could only think must have been pitching outside leg, because that looks like he's knocking one of the stumps down.
What's that one doing, Henry? What's that one doing? I know you don't know, that's why I'm asking you. Down leg side.
Going down leg, says Henry.
Or even pitched outside leg, one or the other. But
Is he getting paid to be the third umpire in this match?
he should be a third umpire.
You should be asking for a fee for that, I think. Yeah.
Going up to the third umpire.
So Fernando once again to a cordon of slippage. He's in. That's wide of off stump and stabbed away into the offside by Connors. And look, if there's ever any opportunity to get himself on camera or on notice, Jordan Thompson will take it, and there he goes. With several sideways rolls, the school gymnastics teacher would have been very happy with that.
Yeah.
Said, go on, you can go queue up first for the vaults.
He didn't quite land it, did he? Landed flat on his face at the end, but
The big show.
I think the Olympic gymnastic team's already been picked now, sadly.
Here comes Fernando, short, pulled 4. Sam Connors treating the Sri Lankan test star with disdain. Don't you bother at me. And one of just 2 gentlemen sitting towards the end of the brown seating was right on cue with the fielding. Lovely afternoon now. The black cloud is
Gone.
moving away to the right, whichever side that is.
West.
That's west. Or is that east?
No, that's east,
It's
isn't it?
east,
Yeah, it's
isn't it?
east.
Yeah,
Sorry,
very east.
east. It's going, yeah, of course it is.
And to the west, bright blue skies and some fluffy white cloud. Oh, he bowled him. He's got him through. Got through him. Middle stump, knocked back. And Connors gone for 10. And 148 for 9. Means that Yorkshire need 1 wicket to back up last week's innings defeat of Gloucestershire with 1 against Derbyshire.
Sort of inevitability about that, wasn't there, Sam Connors? He took 2 steps down the track, just closed his eyes and swung the bat in the vague general direction of the ball, and as a result disappears for a run of ball 10. I'm not sure there's an awful lot of point in hanging around too long at this stage. A couple of 4s in there as well for Sam Connors. But really, we're just waiting. We're just waiting for the inevitable. And if anybody was going to aid the inevitable, it may well be Darren Dupavilon, bless him, who has done an awful lot with the bat. Overs for Zach Chappell's dismissal, 36.6, thank you.
Always like to have the right information to hand for you.
So what did you have, Alex Thompson? I've got Alex Thompson wrong then. Oh, you haven't got it. I've got it 36.4, but seeing as Zach Chappell was out first ball, it must be 36.5.
It was 36.5.
Yeah,
correct.
Thank you. I always like to have the correct information on hand.
So, Darren Dupavilon
Beautifully done.
to face Vishwa Fernando. I think there are 4 slips or 3, can't tell because I see red film whether there's a 4th one in place. In comes Fernando to try and finish it. No, not with this ball, wide of off stump. Dupavilon Plays a forward defensive push to a ball he need not have played at all. It was a couple of stumps wider off. I think just the 3 slips in place here. James Wharton has been dispatched out towards the mid-wicket boundary. There's a long leg, a mid-on, and then a leg gully. 3 slips, point, and Masood occupying a position somewhere between mid-off and extra cover. And in comes Fernando then. Yorkshire needing 1 wicket to win it, not with this ball. It's down the leg side, and to Pavillon leaves on its way through the Tattersall. So 148 for 9. Is this the point where I carry on?
I'm afraid it is.
Yeah, okay. Don't take too long then, please, Yorkies. I'm not on overtime, I'm afraid. 33 to Ross Whiteley, who will be the man on strike here, so I think we know what to expect, and they're persisting with Moriarty, and I think clearly only because of the over rate, 2 overs for 17. Nothing to do with the deliveries that he's producing. Whiteley might fancy himself tucking in here. Wouldn't put it past him to come up with a relatively quick half century. He gets a little bit of strike. He's going to start the over. There was more Velcro sounds from Fletch. And so Moriarty, left arm round the wicket, bowling to Whiteley, who has immediately swatted that for 4, or maybe even 6. Yeah, flat 6 down the ground, pitched right at the base of the Vitality Health and Life Insurance advertising board, which was a great bit of publicity for them. And 4 more for Whiteley, 6 more for Whiteley, so 39 to him now from 33 deliveries. Long on has been sent all the way, long off out there as well. And this time a full toss goes for 6 more. It's a shocker of a delivery, and it's gone for 660 for 9. And Whiteley, well, I mentioned he might get a quick 50. He's gone from 33 to 45 in the first 2 balls of the over.
Beautifully done by George Hill there. He looked like he was going to step very lightly. He's missed. He's done brilliantly. He sort of ended up halfway between 2 lots of covers, but didn't want to stand on them because, of course, the spikes would go straight through it.
Moriarty in again. Whiteley tries to go big again. He's turned that one round the corner in the end, and Code will field and keep them to 1. No thoughts of protecting Darren de Pavillon for the rest of the match, which, of course, finishes tomorrow in theory. He's taken the 1. 46. Would have been good though, wouldn't it?
It would have been. No, I'll take it from here.
So the field closes in. De Pavillon on strike, and Moriarty can't get one through. Pushed into the offside. No run. Moriarty in again. De Pavillon has a go himself, and doesn't quite strike it with the same ferocity as which Whiteley had done earlier in the over. Picks up 4 over the bowler's head. This is going to put a bit of a blot on Dan Moriarty's season with the ball. It's been relatively tidy, but 1 to come in the over. And, he's gone for 34 now in 2 overs and 5 balls. He's in again. Solid block from De Pavillon, this time into the offside, and fielded there by Finley Bean.
This is his, I think it's his 8th innings, Darren de Pavillon. I'll just refresh that page and make sure that it is before I say it is. In fact, it's his 9th innings, and that is the 5th boundary that he's hit all season. Not known for his hitting. He's known for being not out, though. He's got an average of 16. He's had 9 innings, and 7 of them have been not out. Obdurate.
Yeah.
And number 11. Bloke at the other end gets out, and they all walk back to the pavilion. This is either going to be the end of the match or Ross Whiteley's half century. It's a good job it's not his century.
Applause for somebody out in the distance fielding.
Code to our left, possibly.
Okay. So Fernando then to try and finish it. Left arm over to left-hand batter Ross Whiteley. First ball is around about thigh pad, leg stump, and he misses a flick. Tattersall will pick up the ball. What is that lead at the moment? Better check.
210.
210. Fairly hefty. If they took a wicket now, wouldn't it? That the substantial the win.
Substantial win.
Winning margin. Fernando is in, and Whiteley goes down the ground, stepped away, and sort of dragged it straight as much as anything. They're going back for a second, and Ben Code, well, he's been accurate with his bowling, not quite as accurate with his throwing there, and they got back for 2.
And Darren Dupavlon's pulled a hamstring in his left leg. The sight of Mohammed Amir has forced his hamstring to ping.
In comes Fernando, and Whiteley, who's playing that one somewhere over the Portaloos away to our left, actually gets a boundary way down to our right at the lake end of the ground through third man and gets to 50.
38 deliveries. He's hit 3 4s now and 5 6s.
Well, he's having a bit of fun.
Well, we've all had a bit of fun. We've had a great day. This wasn't it, but we've had a great day.
171 for 9, nearly added a further 100 to that first innings score. Great improvement from Derbyshire in his second innings, as that's wide of off stump and missed by Whiteley.
Steady. There have been a couple of bits of defiance, and David Lloyd was defiant. Ross Whiteley is being defiant. But it's still abject. 2 defiants don't make an unabject.
And with that in mind, Vishwa Fernando. They've got a bit more defensive here, just one slip in place with 1 wicket to get. And a gully. And he comes, he's gone Yorker, and he's out. And that is it. Yorkshire have won it by an innings and 204 runs. The first time they've backed up an innings victory since 2015. James Wharton taking the catch at mid-wicket. Vishwa Fernando finishes, well, with a 5 in the first innings and 4 in the second for a 9-wicket match. Ben Code 5 for 30 on the day as well. And well, really, from the moment that David Lloyd decided that it was a good idea for Derbyshire to bat first on day 1, it has been heading Yorkshire's way. A superb start to the match with that 76 all out, and then adding plenty onto that with their batting display. 188 from James Wharton, 107 for Jonathan Tattersall, and some superb bowling once again on day 3 to finish this one early, and with a huge win that won't take them, I don't think, into second place in the table, but certainly gets them very much back into that Division 2 promotion race. Well played, the White Rose.
Yeah, absolutely, thoroughly outplayed. Derbyshire, and as you say, that first innings of 76 did for them. They were unable to find a way back into the game. They were 5 down for 160 odd, something like that, whatever it was. 165 for 5, Yorkshire. That was the moment that they might have had half an opportunity, but a century stand between James Wharton and Johnny Tattersall, both of whom went on to make centuries, ensured that Yorkshire were always on top, and it has felt inevitable pretty much ever since. The Yorkshire boys are leaving the field. Johnny Tattersall been pushed to the front as he leaves the field, having made a very impressive century. Who else is there, Doji?
I don't know, I'm just trying to take a quick photograph. Who else is there? Well, Ben Code leading him off. Johnny Tattersall, Vishwa Fernando, James Wharton, Adam Lyth, Jordan Thompson, Finlay Bean.
No, you don't need to go through the entire team. I could have gone through the entire team myself.
And Shamma.
It was who he was pushing alongside him. I didn't recognise him. I didn't realise you were taking a photograph. I didn't realise you turned into Martin Emerson. Thanks very much for listening. over the last 2.5 days. We very much hope that you'll be listening to us over the coming weekend. Yorkshire in action on Friday when they take on Birmingham Bears.
We should mention points, shall we? Yorkshire taking a maximum 24 here.
Yeah, but hold on, yeah.
Derbyshire.
2, 3, 3. I reckon.
There we go.
I reckon 3.
Yeah, we're back here on Sunday for the usual
We're here on
roasting,
Sunday.
and we're at home against
Birmingham
Warwickshire
Warwickshire
Bears on Friday
on
night.
Friday.
In T20 action once again.
T20 action, and Derbyshire in action on Saturday evening at 6. Join us for that. Thanks for your company. Thanks for your interaction. It's been terrific. As ever, and there'll be more reaction to this, I'm sure, from a Derbyshire perspective on Sports Scene at 6, which comes live from the Pirelli Stadium from 6 o'clock, and I hope to be there. So let's hope that the interviewees get out nice and quick. Thanks for your company. See you soon.